Highlight Watcher. How are you doing today? I myself am extremely excited to start playing Metal Gear Rise Revengeance. As you can see from the previous window, I do have a save slot, but that's only because I did the the first VR mission, which is a tutorial to give you the basics, see how it would play, and to make some adjustments to audio and stuff like this. Now, this is the first time I'm ever playing through this game. I've watched content on this game before in the past, and the reason I haven't played this game since it came out, like, I've never played it, is because when this game came out, I heard that it was nothing like the other games, and that kind of worried me to the point where I didn't buy it. Which, again, probably a mistake, but we'll find out. We'll find out pretty damn quickly. Today, the date is April 13th. So for those of you that are watching this on YouTube, hi, how you doing? It's probably actually a month after my birthday at this point. So feel free, if you are watching on YouTube, to still wish me a happy birthday. Even if it is a month delayed, it's a-okay, because how am I supposed to expect y'all to know that? I haven't really talked about it much. Anyway, I am celebrating with alcohol, Bong, aka Bong and Booze, or Booze and Bong, however you want to say it. Yes, that is a homemade bong. I live in Ohio, recreational, illegal. Shut the fuck up. So, we are not going to stop playing this game until we beat it. We're going to be playing on normal. We're going to play the tutorial as well. And we're probably going to go through and do VR missions and stuff like that to screw around. These are VR missions, I think. Yeah, I did this already. I played this already. But
let's begin with a quick warm-up, shall we?
This is exactly what I saw. I don't need to do this again. Yeah, it's called. Yeah, let's just go to title and say no. Don't play it. New game, no, because I'm not doing that again. Let me get this off the screen. Don't want to have a fucking mouse in the middle. That is something that I notice whenever I watch videos. When you're playing a game and you're not focused on that, it's just in the middle of the screen. I apologize if I've ever had the mouse on there. Also, I don't know if it is by this point, but we probably have 100 subscribers on YouTube at this point, with how things have been going. Regardless, hi subscribers, thank you. Glad you've been enjoying your stay at the kingdom here on YouTube, and I'm also glad the people who are watching on Twitch or what have you are also enjoying their time here. Story mode, new game, normal. No. We'll learn by doing. How does the game look? Does it look good? Looks good to me. So fucking excited.
3 years. We've come so far in just 3
So is this 3 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid 4?
Sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people.
I know this.
And one very
This game
able
came out
advisor.
after 4.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well.
There's an 05 on the back of that dude's head, Mr. Lightning Bolt. Ah,
Just
right.
doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
Oh, you can see
I
the
must
fucking
admit,
scar on his
I
face
once thought of groups like
from
yours as
the surgery.
opportunists, enablers of war.
His jaw replacement.
But
Got
you've trained our
a
new
jaw
army
replacement.
well.
Okay.
Order has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private military companies.
PMCs.
We prefer private security providers, sir.
Yeah, because PMCs are what you dealt with
Most of Maverick's
with Snake
contracts
back in the
do
day.
focus on
A couple years
security.
back.
Yes, well, the security can mean many things.
It can.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent.
How's their voices
Sometimes by
compared to
taking a
mine, by
life,
the way?
others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
That was the last of my tea. I'm gonna have to get some water soon. When we get to a nice pause point.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle. Hold
Now,
on.
I'm gonna be upfront. I know a bit about this game. I know that character's name is Sam.
This is official state business.
And I know everybody has the hots for him. Okay. That's perfect for me. I like being slightly louder. But not by much. That's perfect. Look at that fucking sword. I want that so bad. I can't wait till it... Oh yeah, we're getting that weapon. There's no way. Oh, you're dead. You're fucking dead. Ow! A little bit overkill there, huh, Sam? Exactly. Exactly. It's so weird. You know how many times I shot those same exact people as Snake in Metal Gear Solid 4? Those are the exact same clothes that the PMCs were wearing. Yeah, exact same clothes. The blue's a little bit different. Nah, that's very similar. Same APCs as well. Oh my god, that dude. You do not want to fuck with the dude.
Cyborg.
Ooh.
One of our competitors?
Courtney, what is happening?
We got hit, sir. A
Boris?
cyborg.
Whose?
Unknown.
XF comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
This. What a hell of an opening. Oh, come on, these are basic moves. Try to train these guys. Alright.
We are going to die.
Stay calm.
Oh yeah, you're fucked. This shit is so well established. Yeah.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden,
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
We should not be leaving the Prime Minister. That's a mistake and a half. Ah, so they didn't give him an... Okay, I thought they were going to give him a full body, but apparently they didn't. That's the same... Like, no, this actually looks like a different version of his other body. Looks very similar, though. Oh, God, yes. I should have played this game. I'm glad I waited, because now we can play this, like, on stream. What is that going to do? They can just jump over that.
Let's get this over with.
Oh. Artificial compound eye unit, that's hilarious.
take out those
Hello.
Right. You'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation.
How do we block?
Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply.
LT is blade mode. What are you? Air unit. Hold on, let me mess with the controls a little bit.
Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP. I'll add the limo to your solid down radar.
Circle's not doing anything. Oh, there's an alert level? Oh, okay, so I remember people were talking about how there's like
It's
no
on the
stealth in
other
this
side
game.
of that barricade.
There's gotta be a block. Wow, what a hell of a clean cut. Do you know how sharp this sword would have to be? And how, like, sharp it would have to remain? Wait. We might have to buy swap. Oddly enough. Do they just keep spawning in? They might just keep spawning in. There. Oh, you're dead. Brothers! Ray? Ray. One of the most utilized Metal Gears. Rex does not use that much. Ray's used in every game. Oh god, the music. Yeah. That's a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. Need a hand? He too needs a hand. And now you ain't got a head either. Oh, he's fucked up. These people do enjoy all the killing. That's why. That was a pretty slick way to do the decapitation. Well, I guess he's dead. It wouldn't have mattered if he was running anyways. He can't outrun a cyborg as a regular person. They got their shit set up to run faster and longer than normal. Stop. He actually listened, though.
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course.
So, why are you taking him?
Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP.
Wow, he's monologuing right off the rip.
Clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
An honest warmonger?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't. Not while he's still useful.
Still useful.
So long.
Getting cock-blocked by a Ray. Really? Oh. This is a hell of a boss fight for level 1, so?
What? They have a Metal Gear?
They do.
Right. Take out that UMG and get after it.
Oh, okay. So you know what's funny? Ah, not enough range. It's funny because I remember
Use blade
Solid.
bolts to damage its armor. Use your ninja run to deflect those shots.
Oh, Ninja Run to automatically deflect. Interesting.
They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a plasma cannon.
Oh shit, that's a big improvement. I did not want to attack that far, like. better for me to actually use square and triangle. I've got to remember to use the ninja run. That is weird that there's like no block.
Use the ninja run to dodge that plasma.
Okay, should have slid.
Catch that missile before it blows.
Cut the missile before it blows.
Delay, right. Go for delay.
What do you mean by that? Of course. Ah, I didn't. If you do the freeze flag and it messes up, it interrupts the ninja mode. The music's awesome though. Damn you.
Bring it down.
Damn you for moving like that.
Stop that plane.
X and Y, X and Y. Oh, I hit X and Y though. I hit X and Y though. That's dumb. I hit X. Wait, did I? No, I hit the wrong button. No, I hit the right button. I hit Y and B. That's what I meant to say. I hit him wrong. Oh my god. This is awesome. This is so fucking dumb and I love it. How in the fuck?
Yes! Yes! Wave it wide open!
Alright.
Хорошо. Very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh? He's on the other side of that collapsed building.
Alright. That was wild. I absolutely love everything about that. Oh shit, I didn't know that was the actual point to go. This is, I'm already hooked on this game, holy
There,
shit.
get it.
Like, we picked up the entirety of
Use
Ray.
your ninja run to move over obstacles automatically.
Yeah, okay. So how in the hell, I mean, then again, that dude could probably have a lot more than we
Do
do.
not let him out of your sight. You must catch him.
Oh, we can just ninja run up there. Oh. Oh, you're back? Look who's back. Back again.
There you cheat.
Ray
It
is back.
still works?
Back again. That. Ah, needed to slide, I guess. Or will it dodge it automatically? That's my thing here. I don't know if it'll dodge automatically.
Right, respond.
Yeah. We're gonna get a couple of deaths here.
Raiden!
There's a mechanic that I'm probably not getting. I'm gonna just not try and dodge it.
It still
I'm gonna
works?
just let it do the ninja run to dodge the path and if Raiden will actually dodge it manually or automatically, I mean. Nope. Nope. Need to be a little bit earlier. See, here's the problem. I'm just gonna go back and forth with X and Y, honestly. Anyways, here's the problem with this. It's not very... Oh, what?
Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
Okay. That was unique. It is weird that they like automatically have you do that. Or I tried to actually think not. I should have got rid of this gun a lot earlier ago. We are fucking this cat up, man.
Finish that bastard off!
What? What? Oh my god, I love this. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I love it. I absolutely love it. This is awesome. We are running down the fucking Arden Way. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I love it. I love it. This is awesome. This is awesome. My god, he's broken in half. Yes. I'm amazed that it took me this long to play this game. Holy shit. Yeah, this is basically a Raiden level entity you're about to go against, so unless you can take out Mr. Lightning Bolt, you're not going to be able to do dick. Now mind you, I think these are people that were trained by Raiden, right? The fucking train, no way. Yeah, what the fuck was that? I didn't know what the cargo container's gonna do when he can jump that high.
Damn it!
Awesome. Wow.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him.
When we get done with this, I gotta step away to get myself a thing of water.
Raiden, an unidentified Silk Roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for
A
it.
helmet chopper? We're gonna have to boss fight a helmet choppy?
Prime Minister!
Huh. Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Why though?
Stop!
He is fucked up.
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening.
Yeah.
Mind if I got in?
So like,
All we're saying, give war a chance!
I've seen that. Not that part. Yeah, he's dead.
No!
Hell of a reaction there. Right.
Out of my way!
lot stronger than Jack.
He's all yours, Sam.
Sam's a lot stronger than Jack. Or at least more focused on something or whatever.
Let's go.
We're gonna get fucked up, aren't we? Oh yeah, we're gonna get fucked up. Scripted moment, let's go! What? Okay, so there's gotta be a block way. You gotta, like... Yeah.
Self-taught. And not half bad.
The fact that he knows the self-taught is insane. Well, there. We got hit there. Again. He is fucking us up, man.
Your technique lacks something.
Yeah, it lacks, money. Like, I don't have a block. I just like it when... maybe I do have a block. Yeah, he fucked us up. Yeah, there we go. Waiting for it.
Now I see. You deny your weapon its purpose.
Ow. Ow.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
Okay, that's pretty badass. Irregardless of what the facts are, that's badass. After I beat this, I'll have to watch a couple of videos. Speedrun! You get to watch a speedrun of this game! Oh, here it is, here it is. What a fucking epic way to draw a sword. Because there's a lot of timing that goes in that. Also, need a hand, Ryden?
Shit, not again.
Yes! Not again! Oh. Even for something that's synthetic, it looks...
Ready? Are you all right?
Oh, we're fucked.
You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
Gotta try hard on that. Oh, did you want to practice
Mom, I get why
first?
moments like this exist. I get why moments like this exist. Also, hold on. I was gonna try to walk to the end of the train. Oof. They did
This
this
is
in
what
the
happens
original
when you bring
God
a
of War.
tool to a sword fight.
Yeah.
It's over. Lucky devil.
What's so funny is the only reason he's saying that is because it's not because they showed up. I honestly think it's because in my mind,
Kept you waiting, huh?
Boris did it better than Kiefer Sutherland. Oh, I should say Venom Snake. Anyways. With when the dude who killed the Prime Minister is the guy behind this, right? And at least he's the leader of this group. Sam doesn't seem like the individual who gives a shit. He literally feels like someone that they hired. And given the fact that he's just the devil, I would imagine that that's because he was literally contractually obligated just for this until the end of the time. That's what I would say. But then again, I'm just speculating. I would need to do more research and need to see the end of this game to see that. Hell, for all I know, it could be Jetsu Sam that's behind everything. I don't know. I know you have a fight with a senator at some point. I think that fight's the final boss. The one I'm talking about. But I have no idea. Again, like I said, this is one of the curses of, like, not really wanting to get into a game. I know more about it, but not everything. We got an A rank. I'll take an A rank. You know? Especially considering I'm under the influence. File R00 guard duty. 4,000 BP battle point. Battle point. So 3 weeks later. Can I pause this? Okay, first of all, what the fuck? You need to stay there, mouse. About 2 seconds away from unplugging my mouse. I need to go get my thing of water, so I don't myself a hang. But no, I got the assortment pack of White Claws for later. All right, I got mango, blackberry. Whatever. I'm probably gonna end up going through them all. Because I'm gonna be basically consuming alcohol the entire party, and the entire party till I beat this game. So we're probably gonna be going long today, and I'm not sure if I want to part this out for you or post this as one whole piece. We'll think about it. Well, think about it. Go from there. Right. I didn't send the Discord message out. Oh shit. I didn't send the Discord message out. I don't think I did. Oops. Hold up. We interrupt this programming. Normally I do that. Did I? No, I did. I did do that today. Okay. Whew. Like, wait, did I tweeted it? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, glorious. Was a bit worried about that one.
How is it, Ryder?
So far, so good.
Ooh, we got a new job.
I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic nerve. Yes, I should hope so, huh?
Do I?
I mean, how does it feel? To fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
He's...
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Right.
gonna have to make codec calls.
Can you hear me, Raiden?
Doctor?
Remember the two procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes. And 2.
Absorbing their electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you
So we just need
them open
Gatorade.
and extract their fluids.
Ooh.
They're terrorists. I was
Extract their
planning on
fluids.
that anyway.
Okay.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
Is that combat data?
Okay, I was
stored
about
on
to say, you got a
holographic
left hand
memory,
fetish there, Chief?
typically located in the left hand.
I mean, what you do with
That
your
data
left
is
hand
very
is none of...
valuable.
He needs a hand! He actually
I am
needs a hand!
authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
Yeah, there it is.
How generous.
There it is.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the war come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
I cannot wait to watch Macro's video on this, in all honesty.
No activity at the airbase.
I have waited.
Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
He's moving
I
her
know you
teacup.
missed
He
me,
shouldn't
Cap,
do
but
that.
I've been all over the materials.
That's what you
That's
said
likely to
before
cause
Montenegro.
that to get
Just
spilled.
humor
It's a
me,
question mark.
Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia,
That's
neutralize
cute.
the terrorists, and restore
That's
the
very
rightful
cute. It's a
government,
question
or
mark.
what's left of it anyway.
I
The
have my
president and
teacup
most
in a
of the
very
cabinet have
specific
been
spot.
killed.
If I put it
Military
somewhere
junta's
else,
been
I'm
established.
likely
the
to
terrorists brainjacked all the high-ranking
pour water on
officers,
myself.
and their cyborgs scattered the rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly
That dude's got some
opposing the
tribal
regime.
tattoos, it looks like.
That's what they called us.
The tribal ring around his arm.
Andrei Dolcev,
Right there, upper
leader of the
right arm.
occupation forces,
Tribal.
an extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement.
Desperado.
LLC.
Is, he mean literally arms supplier?
If we don't stop them here, they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam.
Who's this
You've
cat?
met.
The only problem I see is that nickname. I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Ready for insertion.
Is Raiden still a bit sensitive about his eye after 3 weeks? Wow. Wow, that's bad. Awesome. Fucking awesome. The way that they just emphasize all, like the rate, the drops of water. This is what you call a game. This is a game.
Ryder,
For sure.
you landed safely, duh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
I gotta look around a little bit. Maybe that might be some goodies. Kodak back. Boris, Kevin. So it's everybody from Maverick. Courtney. Doctor doesn't look associated with that. Begin customization. When you exit customization, you restart story mode from the last checkpoint. Huh? We should be fine. We literally just got a checkpoint, so nothing there. Why is my fucking... I'm about to... Fucking... Oh, okay, original body. It's gonna be very hard for me not to get this one. That one looks pretty cool. So these are just cosmetics? I might play this game a lot off stream. I might play this game a fucking lot off stream. So this is where we get our upgrades from customization. Aerial parry. Is there a way to see it in action? An updated version of Raiden's cyborg body firmware that balance while airborne, enabling him to parry enemy attacks. An update allows faster, more detailed feedback to be delivered to his brain synapses. Sidestep enemy attacks in any direction and effectively counter their aggression. I don't know if you block in this game. It looks like what you do is you parry or sidestep attacks. Like, it doesn't look like there's a block in this game, which I'm okay with, as long as the other mechanics work well. Like, if we look at why is the, you know what, motherfucker? Okay, here if I have. I'll show up on my goddamn. Like, huh, weird. Why can't I move my mouse? I'm gonna ask you, unplugged it. Fucking hate when, like, this is why I'm so aggravated about it. Because when I'm watching somebody stream or play a game, that personally bothers me. And as I've said multiple times in the past, and I'll say multiple times in the future, something bothers me personally. I will, to my best of my abilities, not subject my viewers to the things that bother me, regardless of the fact that it, like, might not bother them, you know? Well, actually, I know the little trick about unplugging your mouse to get rid of the thing when you're playing a game like this, because of it showing up in other games like this.
Safely, da.
Hell,
First,
I
head
actually had to
inland.
unplug my
The
mouse in
waypoint
order
is
to
marked.
actually be like, I had to Neo. That game I got for free through Epic. I played it once before on PlayStation, but then I got it for free on Epic, did another playthrough. I had to delete every single key finding for the keyboard because it was classifying the controller as me pressing a keyboard button. So the only way to get the controller to work, if you're ever having trouble with the controller in Epic Games, take away all the keyboard hotkeys. Trust me. And then you'll be able to play the fucking game. Because, like, I would press X, and the character would, like, turn left. And I was like, what the fuck is this? It took, like, an hour to get it sorted out when I first started playing Neo again.
Marked on your solitary radar.
Options. Key configuration. That's not at all what I... Okay, hold on. WASD to move forward, tab to walk, space to jump, light attack, strong attack, blade mode, shift, which we already have, control is new. Okay. No, there's no defensive, offensive, whatever that means. What does that mean?
Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
I may have to end up going through the tutorial at some point. Like, if I'm still having trouble, I'm gonna actually go through the tutorial. Oh, can't you, like, soft lock the game here? Like, if you destroy this bridge, you can't get up. So you have to reload a checkpoint. Hello there.
The bastards are using stealth camo to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
Wait, we parry by light attacking? We parry by light attacking. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh wow, he's literally sucking him off with a sword.
Had your fill?
With this body, I could take these guys with no eyes. Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
It was 3 dudes.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT
If
muscle
you could
fiber
be a
packs the power of
cyborg
jackhammer into every
like
limb.
this,
What
but
enterprising
you're like
soldier of
you could
fortune
decide how it would
resist?
look.
And
It would look
cyborgs are
fancy,
still
gold,
human.
whatever, like Cyberpunk
Real
2077,
People. Way less risk
and it
of
would have
collateral
no
damage than your
repercussions
typical UAV
whatsoever.
strike.
Would
Don't
you?
forget the PR angle. Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops,
Oh,
and the
that's
public
funny.
goes nuts. PMCs, on the other
He
hand,
keeps.
are off
He
the
should not be
ethical
doing
radar.
that because I have my cups in a very specific spot.
They still
If
don't
you
even
move
count
my cup and I go to
PMCs in
grab it,
official
I'll end up
death
spilling
tolls.
it.
With SOP out of the
That
picture,
cup is gonna
private
end up on the
militaries
ground.
needed
Mark
a new
my
edge
words.
on the market.
I would bet money
You
on it.
got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by
And the
another
best part
name.
is,
Only all
he's gonna be the
muscled
one that
up
ends up
and less
spilling it or
predictable.
something.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
I'm not complaining. They're like walking vending machines.
right. Vending machines full of blood.
Easy there, Dracula. Like I said,
Nah,
there's still
we already
people-
dealt with vamp.
People who terrorize and take innocent lives for money. They sowed their fate when they took this job. I'm just the reaper.
Damn.
That's funny.
It's a bit cold, Raiden.
Yeah.
Even for you.
No, it isn't. Raiden's
Anyway,
a child soldier.
His school? Let's get to
There's
work.
gonna be a lot of spoilers for the
Time
previous
to
Metal Gear
increase the
games.
peace.
Right.
Right, because we played through all those games up to this point. Ah, we got a C there. Oh. It wouldn't let me move for a minute there. Weird. You know what I love about the Metal Gear series? They do have an explanation as to why certain people have certain abilities. But, like, there are some people that have abilities that do not make sense at all. And it's just like, yeah, they have those abilities. No explanation. I love that. I love that. I need to do my codec more. Use my
Give me
codec
your
more.
status.
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good.
Looks clear.
Let's recap
Doesn't
the
mean
route
it
you will
is
take.
clear.
As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolsaev has been spotted there using satellite photography.
I kind of like
Also
how they're
outside,
doing this.
Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the
He's
rear of the
56
refinery.
years old, 180
Still,
centimeters.
I think they anticipate this.
Russia.
They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
Do not let your guard down. Oh, we gotta attack it. Okay, cool. Don't know why I'm trying to jump. It does it automatically. Hey! Okay, so it automatically uses those chips. If need be, it looks like. Oh. Secrets! Data storage 1 of 20 unlocked. I'm probably not going to be able to find all those.
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see.
Oh, is this the
Try
stealth?
to flank them, or approach from behind.
I'll give him a reach around.
Excellent, Raiden.
Damn.
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Huh. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
That's how this. Got it. Up does that, left does that, right does that, down does nothing, up does that. Okay. So I would imagine that I would have to try and do this stealthily, save the civilian. So this is going to take a little bit of time because I am going to try and do it a little bit stealthily, but if we fail, I don't care. We're just going to blaze through. I'm not going to reload it or anything like that.
Return to your designated route, Raiden. Check the coordinates on your Soliton radar.
Yeah, you're dealing with. Oh look, their shadows go through the ground like that. Kind of cute. I'm glad I waited a second. Think the motherfucker got an RPG. You don't come down here, do you? Turn around, so I can jump my blade in your back. Alright, so the stealth is definitely not what you're used to. That's fine. Not really supposed to be a stealth game. At least not in my mind, is it? You know? But I do like kind of doing this to possibly save the civilian.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits. What? No, I'm not doing anything. Can we just kill them? It'll be easier. We're supposed to have driven them all away already.
So, self-defense, right?
Self-defense, right? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Turret located.
I'm making sure I can't kill the civilian.
He is scared to death, Ryder. Let him know he is safe.
Thank you. I will not forget this.
I don't know if we can kill him by accident, but I didn't want to, you know, do it by accident. A grenade? Where'd you find a hand grenade? I don't know. Ron Burgundy is Anchorman. Alright. Hello. Hey, Gecko! Let's go. Alright. Well, that's bullshit then. What if I press circle? I might have to do tutorial shit because this is annoying. Oh, okay. We're gonna do a tutorial shit really quickly and find out what the fuck I'm doing wrong because there's gotta be like a mechanic that a button I need to press to be able to dodge. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that there's like no block function. So we're gonna go through the VR missions. Fuck it. Gonna figure this out. I'm not gonna go through this game without blocking. Fuck that. I've already gone through and done tutorial mission 1, but it's gonna want me to. Oh. So all these, I would imagine, are using everything we've learned up to this point. Fuck it. Go down the list. Fuck it. We've already done this.
Ben, let's begin
We're not
with
doing
a quick
all of them.
warm-up, shall we?
But I'm
Check
doing enough
the
to learn how to
radar on the upper right
fight
and
properly. It sucks.
to the
It
point
sucks
marked
that
on
we
the display.
cannot speed this
You
along.
can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
It is hard to not like use the ninja, like not jump manually when it happens automatically with, you know. It does have a little bit of issues, like right there, where we were trying to jump up and I was wanting to go forward, but we were.
You can
trying to
also
hop up there.
attack while in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes
If
with a
they do
sliding
something
attack.
similar, they need to just have, like, they don't need to stop you. Then again, I get why they're stopping you. Alright, yeah, just go to the goal point. We know. We know about that. Do the missions. Basically, the tutorial missions that I want to focus, these are called VR missions, right? These are tutorials, and these are not. These are missions that we unlock that are probably part of the tutorial, and these are downloaded missions. The reason that these are downloaded missions is because this game was on sale. I think this was like one of the like the Game of the Year edition or some shit like that. So I've got a little bit of extra stuff. That's why I have the Gray Fox suit that I could buy and the Gray Fox sword.
Now then, let's run a basic battle diagnostic. Try and neutralize all the enemies that appear. String light and strong hits together to perform combination attacks.
LT is blade mode. Right? Blade mode. What is that? Oh. Yeah, there's gotta be some sort of lock. There's also, if you hold the attack, it does different stuff. Okay. So this is basics of basics.
Combat is not all offense,
Here we go.
however.
Here we
you
go.
also
This
need
is
to
what I
protect
needed.
yourself. First, follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction. This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense.
Oh, no fucking shit. LS plus X. It's up, it's directly up. So LS, left, stick. Wow, okay. That's fucking crazy, though.
Draw foes in as close as possible and parry their blows to leave them exposed to counterattack. From your perspective, it will appear as if the enemy is frozen in time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the
That's a
perfect
ridiculous
opportunity
amount
for
of
you
games.
to carefully aim your strike, then slice your
That's,
foe apart.
I like that, but at the
Keep
same
in
time,
mind,
that's going to be
even
hard to
you will
get
not
used
be able
to.
to parry every type of attack. Watch your foe's movements carefully.
Can't parry every attack. Oh, it's up and X. Okay. Analog stick is only it moves you. Okay, that's weird because it's movement. Fucking weird though. I'm gonna step away for a moment. That's weird. Okay. So that... I'm glad we did the tutorial. See, there are times where I'll do stuff like that. I'll think about doing it, and then I just won't know. And if I don't know, I'm gonna fucking stop what I'm doing and learn. So let's go through the 5 tutorial missions, and then we should know it. Because that's actually crazy.
Your body comes equipped with a technique we call blade mode. Let's begin by assuming the fighting position. Good. Now use blade mode to strike all of the targets.
Alright. Blade mode's something I'm gonna have to get used to.
Now remember, blade mode exacts a heavy toll on your fuel cells. Replenish your energy by attacking enemies. Your blade will absorb their electrolytes automatically.
Give me a bottle of
Try
Gatorade,
restoring your
man.
fuel cells back to maximum now. Standard cyborgs you can dismember immediately, no problem. Other foes will not fall so easily. You will first need to attack and damage them to some degree.
Okay, they're not attacking. I wanted to do a parry attack, but no.
And now, the Zandatsu technique, or the stab and grab as some call it. Activate blade mode with full fuel cells, and you will automatically analyze the ideal cutting position. Execute it successfully, and you will seize your foe's self-repair.
That sounds like a mechanic
and
we're going to use on a
restore some
couple of
your
bosses in
vitality.
the future.
Now, try it for yourself.
So this
Take
is for
the enemy's
vitality
repair
thing?
unit before he falls.
Enemy sighted!
LT blade. Too early. Okay. Okay.
Next, let's review special attacks. Approach a target from the rear or above without being noticed, and you can eliminate them with a single strike.
Yeah, we literally just got done doing this.
I call it the ninja kill.
You know what's funny? I think it's a good thing that I waited to play this now that I'm thinking about it, because I played Ninja Guy again.
Finally, a word about your enhanced AR.
Exactly
enhanced
the same
AR
thing,
adds
obviously.
several layers of information
But
to your
it feels
augmented
like it's got a
reality
similar
vision.
idea.
Use it for additional intel on your
behind
enemies
it.
or to see new aspects of your surroundings. Just remember, enhanced AR is automatically disabled as soon as you attack.
Oh. Ah, and even if we run, it disables it. Alright. Alright, so their visions isn't the best. Their vision is definitely not the best. Are we actually earning battle points doing this too, by the way? Like, do we got some 275 battle points that we could then spend on something? Or is that just for show? We got 2 more of these tutorial missions to do. Maybe we've got a total of 7, but we don't have the other ones unlocked. These ones are not unlocked right now because we need to unlock the way to do them. That's weird. That the way to parry is to attack in the direction of the attack. That's probably going to be something that I end up fucking up a lot, honestly. Here's the, like, is it directly the direction? Like, how would does this work? It has to be the opposite direction. Yellow means we gotta be... okay, so that was right. Oh, okay, so are those like non-blockables then? Okay, that's gonna take some getting used to. Okay. B. Oh! So you want to try and bait that attack out. That makes sense. Okay, that's a little bit ridiculous. Okay, so we don't do that until we fucked up by using that early. Got it. Oh, we did it! Holy shit, we actually blocked that attack. Holy shit! That was cool. Okay. That was cool. We blocked the upwards attack. That was cool. Alright, let's go. We're learning. I'm gonna play this game a lot. On and off. Like, I'm probably gonna play this again tomorrow, maybe. Holy shit. I'm having a blast. That's the one problem I'm noticing. It is wanting to automatically jump up like that. Can I silently kill this fucking thing? Or is it gonna turn around and argue with me? RPG? Oh boy. See, that I don't like. I wanted to move. I fucking got into a, what's it called? Q. I got into a fucking attack queue. I hate that. Like, I'm so... Okay. That's a problem. I'm 100% above those possible attacks there. Right? But it still will do the damage to me if it's doing that type of... Like, that attack? I think that's an upward block. Nice. Nice. The geckos are annoying as fuck, by the way. Fuck you. Yeah. Oh, too early. I got into a little bit of a attack key or whatever it's called. Nope. I recognize that from Metal Gear Solid 4. Nope. That's. Fuck. A little aggravated, given the fact that it seems like the way that you parry, you have to be careful with it, because if you do the attack before you do the analog stick movement, it will do the attack, not the parry. It won't also do the parry because I think it needs to register that you're trying to parry the attack as well. Like, we're not in combat mode, and as a result, it's not going to give us...
They have erected an electromagnetic barricade.
It's not going to give us
Maybe
something,
expecting UG or cyborg attack, huh?
Oh, wait,
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine. Energy consumption? Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood pressure, brain waves, blood sugar? Check, check, check. All this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field. But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Oh, hell yeah.
Copy that.
We'll do a manual
Good to hear
save here
that
because a
hasn't
lot of the
changed with
time...
this new body.
A lot of
Yep,
the time...
the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Yes, because they normally have conversations that go along with after saving.
And save complete.
Movie quotes,
Simple,
anything like that?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty for that job. And it would have been against any typical guerrilla force.
I keep asking myself, where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to hire cyborgs?
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster, or coordinated better.
Survivor's guilt.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
You're right. Thanks.
Well, Jack has a lot of experience with this type of shit. Unfortunate. Man. I fucking love the Metal Gear franchise, I really do.
Raiden, you need to save? No? What's up?
I wanted to follow up on our talk earlier about the stress that comes with the job. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants. If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just...
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need civilian voices like mine here, too.
You're right. Just take care of yourself.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one lifetime. It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner. I might have saved your ass.
How? By spilling coffee all over the enemy?
I love this.
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
Please tell me that was a joke.
Oh boy!
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzaev's men showed up.
I'm so happy.
The streets got pretty hot after that.
This game's
We're definitely
this
gonna
is a
see
Metal
a few
Gear game.
civilian casualties here.
It
Luckily,
makes me
looks like most of them
hopeful.
got out of the city before things got bad.
If they make future
basically
Metal
got
Gears,
control
they'll
of the
be
entire
Metal
town
Gear games.
and are
you know?
using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs
I
are
don't think they're
contractors.
I don't know. I don't care.
For most of these guys,
I'm excited
this
for
is
whatever
just
happens.
a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding
remakes.
officer, they should
Oh, I
scatter
can't
pretty
wait for 'em.
quickly.
Kev, let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here. Desperado Enforcement, LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. Says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them. But they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately.
Ooh.
They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts, and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction.
Yeah.
They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
Well, I mean, yeah, they basically could use drugs and the trafficking soldiers, you know, especially child soldiers. Right? Boris, what
The
do you got for
stealth
me?
craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Tell me.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC specializing in airborne warfare.
Huh.
An Air Force for hire?
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Interesting.
Ever since SOP, Merc started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not.
Nope.
Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news
Business.
for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings
AAC.
120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
And we can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine.
Wait.
Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean.
What does that mean?
I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles
Well,
like
of
that.
course.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had.
Oh.
That Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. And at close range. Chort was me.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that. You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job.
But they knew.
No one blames
But somebody
you.
got a
Perhaps.
fucking rat or something.
In any case,
Because
now
wait a
we
minute,
know what
they
we are
had
dealing
flares.
with. This is still a business.
Making an order
But this
like that
time
would
I'm
go through
stretching
somebody.
the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both
The
were worth
senator
the
makes
money.
more sense now.
This
the
body's
senator
more
makes
capable
more
than I
sense
could have
now.
imagined.
Okay, I'm
glad
starting to
you feel
piece
this
together
way,
the story.
since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Senator wants to profit on the war. Owns Desperado. Desperado hired Jetstream Sam. All right, I think we got the basics. From from him talking about him not having modern missile launching missiles, the missile knows where it is.
Clear on the rules of engagement, yes?
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike first.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
Please?
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants, especially officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations. No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender. And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
And that includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here.
Wait a minute.
In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional
That's
warfare scenario,
crazy to think
so the
about.
rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds pretty standard.
I mean, that's why, because I've
Still
read
good to
them
list
before.
out all the no-nos
I
before
always-
things get too
read
hairy.
all that shit.
ROEs that only specify who you can engage
Because I like doing research.
require
Like, after
too
this
much
game, I'll do
judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
Duh. This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives.
Yeah.
The few that take the
And
other
very
approach,
basic negatives.
I pity their soldiers the questions they face. No, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as hostile cyborgs.
Copy that.
We have no rules
UGs
about
are,
property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad. Anything standing
The
in your
geckos.
way, trees,
They have no
streetlights, this is fine.
pilot.
But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying. Hey, Boris, about the Soliton radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed anymore, even if I get spotted by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new Soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the Soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date
No,
on the
you have to
latest
have
tech?
a lot of knowledge
But I
about
wonder,
what you're doing if you
how
want
exactly is the equation
to have
different?
growth of any
I mean,
description.
I'm no expert on how the KDV
I'm reading
equation
this
was
as
implemented
well.
in the first place.
It helps remember.
But I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Raiden, on battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is #1 priority. So do not worry your head about equations and such things. Just concentrate on using the equipment to your advantage, da?
In other words, you have absolutely
Yeah, I
no
was about to
idea,
say.
do you?
Ah, the mission, Raiden.
Focus
on the mission.
Oh, I love this. I love this. So, for games like this, I'm glad, like this, being able to do this, I hope they never take this away. Because one of the ways that I remember stuff, the best way is to
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado.
and read as
Their
I'm
code names are all wind-themed.
doing that.
The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got
I've
custom-made
seen
bodies.
Mistral before.
Collectively,
He
they're
has all
known
the
as the
hands.
Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
I like Lightning Bolt way better. Hold on.
No? Got something else for me?
I thought...
Yeah. You mentioned
Oh,
SOP
I thought he was gonna
before.
take up...
How
I
much
thought
do you
for
know
a minute
about
she was
it?
cleaning up coffee or
The
something.
Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry,
I
probably.
was gonna laugh.
Basically, a
But then she
nanomachine
popped up.
software combo for controlling contractors. Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon and they had clearance. From their commanding officers. And the rules of engagement.
Yep.
It had some mental effects
something that I
as
already
well.
know.
Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war.
But that...
An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of people felt better about employing privatized military. The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms of PMC ops, mostly American interventions. SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market.
Wow.
What it really did was shift
wow.
market share over to the PMCs.
Yeah, and they didn't want their money to go there.
Went down, but total casualties just kept on climbing.
More than ever, war was big business.
And business was booming. Until SOP got hacked. Suddenly, everyone realized how dangerous it was to have a single system controlling entire PMCs. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just to stay in business. And that about does it for SOP 101. Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
Okay, we'll talk to Doctor a couple times.
Shall we review the capabilities of your
And then
new
we'll
body?
continue on with
Copy
the game.
that. Go ahead, Doc.
I'm gonna be listening
As
to a
we
lot of
discussed,
calls.
you've been outfitted with 2 revolutionary new abilities.
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. A bit more messy, you might say. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent inside. Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
Oh, I'm glad we
Basically,
do
harvest
this.
their organs before their body can even hit the ground.
I'm glad
Rather
we're doing this.
gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I may be a citizen, but I've never really thought of myself as American.
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that given your history.
Oh.
But what then? Surely you don't identify as a Liberian.
No.
I don't identify with anyone.
Yeah, no nation,
No nation.
no ethnic group.
No ethnic group.
He is no one. And
I'm my own
yeah.
man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty popular in Germany, too.
Indeed, indeed. These splatter films are big in Germany.
I don't like how
Russia,
excited you
Japan,
sound, Doctor.
Everywhere. Well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc. I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh?
I did not see that coming. Get it?
So these self-repair
sounded
units and the other
awfully,
cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a
You
slow
worry me,
process.
Doctor.
Not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you'll
Get
be
good!
fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
simple.
get good. The Dr. Lily just said fucking get good. Fuck you. Oh.
Doc, my fuel cells are running low. What happens if I completely tap them out?
You will lose the ability to perform any action which requires a great amount of energy. But even when your gauge reaches 0, you retain basic movement. You can walk around and swing your sword. Use this time to absorb more electrolytes from your enemies. Recharge your cells as soon as possible.
Roger that.
Alright. During boss fights, we need to make sure we use codec call. Oh, can't run around like that. Box we opened up there, or we need to open up? Let's do that. I can kind of understand why, like for a first playthrough, it's probably not the best playthrough to watch me when playing a game like this, because I will look at, I'll listen to the codec for hours, right? And I'll like use that as like things to establish the lore and what's exactly going on. So we're taking place a couple of years after the events of Metal Gear Solid 4. I wonder if we're gonna see any references to like Meryl and Johnny and all that. If we don't, we might not have a Johnny reference game. That would be surprising not to have it. Every game has a Johnny reference. Like literally.
Raiden, wait. We're picking up a wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Feels like a trap. Unlock VR mission 001.
Raiden, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean. No exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the XPLA have moved on now in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law. And we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement.
Okay,
remember,
I get this. I get what we're doing.
If we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble.
Okay, so this is important shit.
Stay in control.
Right, this will make shit in the future
on mission.
have more weight to it.
Got it.
Because the fact that they're focused so much on civilians.
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see enemy positions.
That's not good.
And the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the solitone radar. Raiden, if you ever
Sorry, man, but I have to ask. Where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Up your ears and around the corner.
Seriously? All right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right?
Raiden.
World War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies named it Jack.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah,
well,
they codenamed me Raiden.
Yeah, Jack.
They being the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what
Never really
Solidus's
suited
name
me,
is.
But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name and your own future.
What happened to Rose?
After
I
that,
know what happened with Rose.
I dropped Jack
I bet you,
for good.
Yeah.
Right. And this lightning bolt
yeah,
business?
I get it.
Well, The Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Like, that puts more weight on... Yeah.
Such a goddamn shame.
Yep.
I won't let it happen again. Desperado ends here. Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Ugh.
So Raiden, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake. Hero of Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses. The list goes on.
Right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah. He saved my ass.
He's still
at Big
alive,
Shell.
it sounds like, though.
Not to mention a few
At
times
this point.
after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen.
They're not
But it's
talking
not
in
only
past
that.
tense, man.
He knows what's right, and he just gets it done. Period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a fanboy.
Oh, you have no idea.
I thought you were gonna start crying there for a
I might.
sec.
I actually might.
Very funny, Kev.
Seriously, though. Did Snake know he had a stalker?
No, seriously, though. knowing that fucking Snake
Hey,
is
relax.
that stubborn to last
I'm
this
only ribbing
long.
you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
I know.
You're no fun.
Yeah, he's probably just chilling on a beach somewhere.
Sounds like Inmani was
Probably
a pretty
wouldn't
great
be
leader.
much longer, though, unfortunately.
Goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs, but men like him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Inmani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift, for sure. But he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. Inmani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. Things would have been different, that's for sure. And it was my job to protect him.
Raiden, come on.
Inmani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
This is one of the first games that has ever killed off a character and retroactively, as I'm playing the game, made me feel sadder or like worse about that. This is actually impressive. Like, the more I hear them talk, the more I'm like,
Right.
damn!
That saying you like about
Fuck
your sword being a
Desperado,
tool
man.
of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but
Come on,
I know what
Kevin.
you mean. Besides, it's
the
not
fuck
like
is
those
that?
cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only
No.
really makes financial sense for espionage missions.
But
And you might as well
brainwashing,
use UGs if
that
you're
would
going to let
work.
an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
brainwashing.
Starting
Yeah,
to
that's
see
the
where I'm
problem.
coming from.
Their own free will.
I get it,
What is their
it's
own
just-
free will? Being
You
trained
didn't
from a
used to
child.
seem so comfortable
to
with
do
the
that?
idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
I'm gonna
Ah,
get real
bullshit.
comfortable.
He's
Ah!
good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering. with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
Who are you trying to convince? Raiden? Self? Heaven? You know what I mean? Also, how do I sound? Like, can you hear me right now? I'm sat back here and I feel like I have to talk louder, but I don't know if I can talk like this and everything will be fine and you can actually, what? Wait, hold on, one moment. Ah, wait a minute. Gotta plug in the mouse. If I can open up this, look at this. Oh. This, and then I look back here and test. Ah, yeah, I have to talk louder then. Okay. I'll be right back. But yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I project my voice as is, right? So I don't want to have it projecting that much. There we go. Fix the stool thing, so now I can put my feet back a little bit and lean back a bit, and I won't have to project my voice that loudly. Bring down thumbs. I'll be right back. And it's amazing what a little bit of air circulation would do for a hot room, you know what I mean? Okay, yeah, so I can do this now. And not, oh, that's better. So now I can get into film mode, sit back like this if I wanted to, and still project my voice without feeling like I'm yelling, right? Because there's a difference between projecting your voice and yelling. Let me get my stuff set back up so I can read that better. That's my, I'm double checking. I did do my Metal Gear Rise Revengeance first playthrough. I'm gonna change it. Fuck it. Did I do a slash marker? Changing it up a bit. I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, celebrating my 29th birthday with Booze, Bong, and Metal Gear Rise Revenge. That one I like better. I don't know if I did a slash marker, but I am going to do one now. And then probably upload that. Let me check to see. I didn't. No, I did. Okay, good. Because I was like, I have to go through like an hour of just chatting to see where I do the marker. I'm glad I did that. Okay. Back up. Hold up. One more thing. It feels like it's always one more thing, right? I gotta get everything perfect. I can sit back, chill, and we could fucking rip through the game. Okay. Yes. And now we'll continue on with the game.
Roger that. Save complete.
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
And they were right. Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys, or even human.
They used to be 12.
They were massive
It
AI
used to be
networks.
12, but
All
then
of
that
to
12
gather
became the
information
AI
on a global
network.
scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides.
All we're saying
The PMCs
is
made
give
billions too,
war
of course. SOP was the Patriots'
What a hell of a
masterstroke.
line.
They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff.
And they were.
Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active. But still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Yeah, that's like conspiracy theory
the few
shit.
that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly.
No.
Even the world leaders.
No.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic.
The people are
assuming anyone
stupid.
believed them,
They
which
can't-
they wouldn't.
You can't handle
You
the
can find
truth.
speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream.
Just another
conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know?
Hmm?
It just sounds crazy.
It
When
does.
Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test.
Oh. So wait a minute. We're starting to get more of the story. Courtney's a newer hire for Maverick? Or the younger edition? Obviously, this is Boris's company. Doctor's been around for a minute. Who knows doing what? I got, like, something in my eye. I think it might be one of my eyebrow hairs or whatever. Eyelashes.
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
What's up?
Oh.
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train,
Yeah,
he could
yeah.
have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it,
mouse.
I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping. There was a lot going on.
No.
That's not it.
Well,
Said
why
lucky
else?
devil.
What does he have to
Right
gain
after
from
the
letting you
tunnel.
live?
I don't know.
Give me 1 second to fucking be. Alright. Had to do a little eye rinse thing basically. I just take water and run it through my eye because I had an eyelash stuck in my eye and it was really bothering me. We're good now though. Got any more?
If you ever get lost,
Okay.
use Og
So
by
that's
use
not-
useful.
Got that.
Ryden, head for the oil refinery.
Yeah. I gotta make sure.
Ryden, head for the...
Alright, Courtney? No.
Alright then. Hey, Ryden. Let me
We got a
ask you
couple more with
something.
Courtney. My
The
apologies, but
Patriots.
we gotta go through
Why
the
would
lore.
AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs? What did they stand to gain from
It
it
was
all?
control.
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know.
The whole
Optical neuro AIs
the
aren't
whole
your
reason-
typical PCs.
Yeah, they
learn over time.
needed to
Change in
have
unpredictable
control,
ways.
and they had
The core
control.
AI, JD, was
for
bent
war.
on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other
Yeah.
activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other
Metal Gear
AIs
Solid
said it
2.
was created
That
to
shit
filter
happened
out
in Metal Gear
unnecessary
Solid 2.
information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future
And
generations.
a virus
to drive
only
the evolution
destroyed
of the
a
human
virus only
race,
destroyed
or
parts
so
of the
it said.
AI.
Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. running a nation. And America, no less. It's terrifying.
It ran the
Thank
world,
God they were all
not just a
destroyed.
nation.
But did it really change that much?
No.
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before,
But
it was
here's
good
the
money.
thing.
There was a decent
Biden
chance you could get
wasn't
rich and
really-
retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
Oh.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first-world employment,
It's
too.
funny.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs
I think
that are
Revan
basically
talked
mobsters.
a lot about stuff like
Just
this.
thugs
right?
in uniform.
Now we're just free to do as we
Not a pretty
please.
picture.
I wonder if we do like have Drebin. We should have a Drebin reference somewhere, some way, shape, or form.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Easy.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
Wait, are they still married? Maybe I was incorrect. My initial thought was he just fights. That's what he knows. But I guess he would. Okay, I guess he would understand that. Okay.
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great.
It sucks.
My sight's perfectly
I had a fucking
balanced between
eyelash in
both
it.
eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right.
It feels like that now because I
Your eye
fucking
patch
rinsed
houses
it.
an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
I'm
No,
catching
your brain
flies.
would no longer
Like,
be able to
I
process
can't help
any
it because
more
I'm thinking
visual
about this. And I'm
information
like,
in real time.
there's a lot of
Still,
science that goes
compared
behind
to
this
previous
that is
ACEs,
like
yours has
got
1.4 times
actual
the
factual
resolution
shit
and
to
a
it.
superior
And there's a lot
compression
of bullshit,
algorithm.
of course.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making
But it's
the
interesting
difference
to
during
think
a
about,
mission.
regardless if it's
Regrettably, I have not had enough
factual or
time
not.
to
It's
develop a
something to
new
look into.
eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
But remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks,
Wait.
sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong.
So what they're saying is the
Besides,
eye patch
I like
is
it.
actually the eye.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Hold on. So that's actually his eye. Like, that's kind of wild. All right, Doctor. Any more else? Anything
Doctor,
else?
you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing. If you had
I'm
been
finishing
paying
the Jack
attention,
Daniels before I start on
standard
the White Claw.
military-grade
Strawberry
cyborgs,
flavored.
MCFC
Woohoo.
integrated carbon
I've got a bit of a
nanotube
buzz
muscle
going on.
fibers. Impressive
So we're gonna
response
start getting
time
fun.
and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well.
Give me about an
Infrared
hour.
vision is almost standard these days.
I'll probably get something to
They
eat
can function without
So I can
breathing for
keep
short
up.
periods of time.
with the party.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all
And I'll
cyborgs you
start
face will be
telling
the same, of course.
fucking
You may
stories
notice a range of different capabilities.
about
It
when I
all
was a young
depends on the
warthog.
manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed.
So them talking about the cyborg enhancements and stuff like that I was actually thinking about why I like Raiden, as like why I feel Raiden's so badass and whatnot. And honestly, it has a lot to do with the fact that he's a swordsman, right? Like a samurai swordsman, right? There is something to me, and it's like one of those men only want one thing and it's disgusting, and they show like the Raiden with the sword fighting the fucking Metal Gear Ray in the beginning with the sword fight. Like, that's the kind of shit, right? And it just feel like that because I'm thinking about some of my favorite characters. And I'm thinking about, like, Bleach. Bleach is, like, I'll go back and watch Bleach a couple times. Like, every couple of years, I'll rewatch Bleach. I'm waiting for it to kind of finish up again, because I guess it came back. I don't know. Anyways, it's just like the fucking, I don't know what it is, like, sword fights are so fucking cool! And so one reason why I kind of like Ninja Gaiden, so like, it's just, Zoro's my favorite character in One Piece for a multitude of reasons, outside of the fact that they're a swordsman. Also, they're badass, right? And that's as far as I'll go there. Dip it. I'm giving myself a second to make sure I'm not going to talk anymore about it.
Hey, Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries.
Okay.
Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream,
Interesting how they set this up in this
but
world.
It requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's
That was
natural
Raiden's
bloodstream.
body in Metal Gear Solid 4. He was one of the
are
first examples of
regenerative
full-body replaced
medicine than
cyborg.
cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure.
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
Oh, man, I could listen to Doctor talk about lore all damn day. I could listen to them all talk about lore all damn day.
So, as
listen to
I
that
was
for
saying,
about an hour.
there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on
yes,
about this.
I want to hear about this,
Now,
Raiden.
first and
Shut
foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice.
The cup I'm drinking from
for the general public,
is
these
actually like the
full-body
McDonald's
replacements are quite rare.
Batman cup?
Quite rare.
Right?
Only in cases of
I know you won't be
extreme
able to see it,
injury or
Will,
illness
but that's
generally.
Batman, right?
Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case,
only really
most
break these out
pedestrian
for celebrations.
cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses.
That is
Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood.
Again, a lot of this is like...
Doctor, about my pain threshold.
Love lore.
It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline.
Artificial adrenaline.
This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method.
Has a lot of effects.
For all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not going to run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate
That's a
much
hell of a
in
question.
the
I
same
didn't
way
even
as
think
a
of that.
typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, well, there are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth.
Okay.
Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on
A
its own
fucking molten
electrolyte
carbonate.
material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational.
Yeah, that is creepy. And
Stay vigilant, Raiden.
okay, we did
You
it.
must continue along, Raiden.
We did it. Oh, it felt like a fucking. In every new area, we're gonna have to do this.
What's
by
up?
the way.
No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not.
Wanted to
Just
sound your
one.
voice, save for your wife.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery.
Raiden, if you ever get by use...
And there's one trick I know. You exit out of the thing, and this is something you've got to do in these games. And just to make
Raiden,
sure.
if you ever by
Okay.
use...
Because in
Right.
Metal Gear Solid 3,
What's up? No? Did you need anything?
No, just wanted.
Oh.
Check your destination on...
okay. The reason I do that is because in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, what you end up doing is you end up having to get out of the codec sometimes and call in again because they only like have 3 things that they load into every time you get into the codec or the radio or whatever you want to call it, and that's a way to be able to get go through and exhaust all the dialogue.
Show yourself.
Oh, fucking got a chainsaw! Wow, okay, that thing's moving fast. And it's sharp as fuck. Oh, kinda goes without saying. Oh, we're gonna get our ass handed to us. By a dog. Yes, I did actually dodge my head IRL.
And you are.
I'm immersed.
I am IF prototype LQ84I.
IF prototype.
Oh,
Interface
shit.
prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
You don't say. Okay then, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
Ooh. So fucking cool. Screenshot, fucking wallpaper, fucking, that's so
That's
fucking
it?
cool.
Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
Oh, the music. Oh, we're gonna get our
I
ass
may
handed to us.
analyze
Let's
orders,
go!
but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate.
Exterminate! Fuck yeah! Oh. This is awesome. Nope. Nope. Immediately fucked up. Nope. Wow. Wow.
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
Fuck.
Disappointed.
Yeah, okay. Woo! Oh, bitch, you do it twice. Got it.
You will die.
Okay, I think I get what we gotta do there. I get what we gotta do there now.
This all.
Yeah! Yeah! That's what we gotta do. I got it, motherfucker. I got it.
Combination
Woo!
attack.
I get it. I get it. Let's fucking go.
Backup required.
It just clicked. Oh. Holy shit. Cool. Oh, this is a good game. Oh shit. I'm in. I'm fucking in. Oh.
What do you fight for?
Oh, I fucked up. Oh. Damn it. Okay. I'll get it eventually. I switched to triangle last minute there. Ah. It's gonna take a little bit for me to get it. I get the combat now, though. I get it. I get it. I get it now. I get it.
Impressive human.
It just clicked, man.
Help me.
Bitch, what a coward. Going away with fucking like a bitch with a fucking dog. Tail between your legs. I'm fucking hyped. This is awesome. This is oh. I get it. I get it.
When you call this violence surprise.
It just fucking clicked, man. I love that. I love when that happens in the game.
Use your intellect, evade my blows. Superficial damage.
Oh my god! That's horrible. No, I want to see this! I want to see this! No! It's fucking that was fucked at the end there.
Liberate nation. Ensure freedom.
Liberate nation.
Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom.
Age 3.
Freedom.
Place of birth, U.S. Okay, okay.
What would an AI
So
know
it's a
about
desperate. So it was made in. Okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, it just fucking clicked. Oh, you're all fucked. You mooks are done.
I got him.
Get off!
Come on. Come on. Try. Oh, man. Who the fuck do you think you are, huh? Overconfidence is a foe and a hideous killer. This. Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
Hey, what's wrong? Answer me.
Fuck. Oh, we forgot to talk to the people when we were fighting the dog. No! Ah!
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was very popular resort spot for USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course.
Of course.
Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets like to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two...
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially.
Yeah, of course.
They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SOP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not. Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev? Any more on his background?
A first playthrough for me watching a game like this, I apologize, but buckle up. This is what it's like. This is why it's going to take a long time.
He claims he was part of the Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91. This was just after the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August. Things were not stable. Gorbachev lost his political power. It was Yeltsin who signed the Belavezha Accords.
Right.
Yep,
He created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR
I actually
became
looked up
independent.
about previous
The
Russian
problem
leaders.
is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
And we were going through the leaders, and we
the same kind of
Yeltsin,
sad story.
we forgot.
Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops, and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population.
And
the Chechens were forced to give in, and the war officially ended.
In different
but
ways,
the rebels kept on fighting.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla war on Russia ever since. We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, this could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Say he is, though.
So good.
What would he be after here in Abkhazia?
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Duh. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on independence. Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
Well, the way he's going about
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder.
Yeah.
Now that he is alive with Desperado,
himself
he is
and
too
made the
dangerous
decision
to ignore.
that death is needed to make his desire everybody's desire.
Raiden, if you ever get lost by use...
What was up with that wolf dog UG?
Fuck!
Some pretty freaky shit.
Hadn't thought too much about it.
I don't know why I'm upset.
Really? I keep wondering,
Gotta
Why
just
give
go
it
through the fight
intelligence
again.
if you're not gonna let it think for itself?
Good question.
I mean, I guess it makes sense if it improved
We'll
combat
find out in the
performance.
future. We'll talk to him
Now
in the
that
future.
you mention it, it didn't fight like your typical UG. It felt more like I was facing off against a cyborg.
Oh. I guess the added smarts make for a tougher opponent after all.
Oh yeah, but
That's
it helped
not
me.
what I mean.
It helped me click
It
with the
wasn't
fight.
really tougher than your average UG. More like it was, I don't know, hesitant. It didn't follow through on its attacks either.
Guess that's why it was still just a prototype.
I
Then why put it out on the front lines?
Who knows? Maybe it was the field test. In any case, probably not the result they were hoping for.
No, I kicked its ass. Once it clicked for me, I like...
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here.
Well, yeah.
Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already. But you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines.
Oh, hell no.
Boris has got a lot of
done
connections
some,
in the Russian
PMCs.
bureaucracy.
PMCs by proxy.
Ex-military buddies.
That's what they would do.
The Abkhaz are
Russia's
officially
not
our
involved.
clients, but I'm sure it's
Those
Russia that
I-
chose us.
no,
Maybe footing the bill, too.
Desperado's
They can't use their
involved.
actual special forces, so
They're
they call
based
us
in the
instead.
US, though.
That's the beauty of PMCs.
Yeah, they
We're
can
not
take any
bound by the
job they
same
want.
rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation.
Yeah.
But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry. After all, that's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again,
Montreux document.
it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The
I
industry
wonder
has
if that's a
bad
real
rep,
document.
But it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Please don't.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sukumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
One-man army.
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry. But it's easier said than done.
With a lot of
Even
things
with
easier
17
said than
countries
done.
on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
And you will be forever because there's too much
Sorry,
money.
I asked.
There's too much money involved with it.
Ride it. Head for the oil refinery.
All right.
You know, I almost felt sorry for the little guy.
Yeah, when he said
What?
stop
That
like
UG?
that. Yeah.
Why? Because it couldn't disobey its orders?
Yeah, that, and I don't know, it didn't seem especially interested in fighting you somehow.
No, I get that.
But was it really thinking on its own? Maybe it was all just an act. Get me to second guess myself.
You could be right. It's just, it didn't seem like just another UG to me. Maybe it's because I'm such a dog lover.
That was no cuddly puppy,
White
Courtney.
women will never
It
escape
was
the
a wolf,
allegations.
and a nasty one at that.
No, I know. You're right. I didn't mean to sound critical. Whatever it was, it attacked you. You had no other choice.
Didn't have much freedom myself, did I?
Copy that. Later then?
Yeah. You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh?
Yeah, yes.
To what?
Yes.
I know
No,
you like private
no,
security
seriously,
providers,
that's
but
what
that'd be
companies do.
PSP.
It's one of the reasons why
Private
everyone was so
military
surprised when they
security?
found out the Pinkertons
PMS?
still existed.
Well, the Montreux
because
document
they would be like,
uses
why wouldn't they
PMSC,
change
right?
their name?
Private
They know
military
who
and
the fuck
security
they
company.
are.
A bit more
And that's what they are.
comprehensive.
They're private security.
And a bit more awkward too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
You know?
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts or when we're specifically excluding older style
Yeah.
PMCs.
They make
I guess
it,
once a name
it
sticks,
sounds better.
that's it.
Yep.
Old habits are hard to break.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much for the industry's image.
I get your point. Though it did work once before, we don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system
IFF.
aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, hey, enemy here, kill me, would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air, but it's gotten tricky on the ground too. Especially in the war on terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption,
yeah.
for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to
that's
transmit the
wild.
data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later? Like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is
Yeah.
required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
Okay, so she's like brand fucking new then. Okay, I'm so glad we're doing this because we're finding out so much about these characters. That and like, irregardless of how factual this shit is in real life, I always look at everything like if I'm playing a game like Skyrim and they tell me about how magic works, I'm like, oh, that's amazing. Because I'm looking at this as a totally different world. That's what it is. Well, it's the Metal Gear world, right?
No.
So
Did you need
finding out
anything
how
else?
these worlds
No,
work is so
guess not.
awesome.
Just
I
wanted
love
to hear
lore.
the sound of your voice.
Oh, fucking.
Oh.
Bleh.
A most fascinating opponent, wouldn't you say?
What did you make of it, Doc?
Well, everything it said seems feasible enough. It's true all UGs feature high-level AI these days. Given enough time to adapt and learn, and neuro
I just
AI
like when
could certainly
people,
become able to comprehend
are in a
speech.
relationship
Then
and
with
they.
the right interface, speech and conversation will be possible.
But what about it having actual intelligence?
I have
Searle disproved the
opinions about shit
viability
just
of
like
the
everybody
Turing
else.
test back in 1980. In other words, just because
So one of
something
my
talks like a
opinions
person
is-
doesn't mean it's really thinking. It could just be following some program designed to make it seem as intelligent as possible.
Oh,
I'm
that's
impressed. You seem quite knowledgeable in this field.
I
Which is
had a
what
pretty
this
memorable
is.
chat with an AI once.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago. After that, I did a little reading.
Ah, yes, of course. The Patriot
Wow.
AI. I'd
He
heard
said
of it.
10 years ago, and I
Was it
just like.
actually intelligent, or just programmed to pretend? I'm still not sure.
I suppose it depends on how one defines intelligence. For example, many term chess-playing AIs and
This
such
shit is
as having
crazy.
sectional intelligence. Some in the field believe that sentience or self-consciousness is a necessary part of the definition. When you ask if this UG had intelligence, I suspect this is more your criteria?
Yeah, of course. Then you could ask, how do you define sentience exactly? And on and on and on.
I love
Indeed.
fucking
These
philosophical
terms can
debates. I
indicate
really
a
do.
wide variety of meanings depending on one's
And
understanding.
they're really awesome when you're
Perhaps
buzzed.
it is less important to ask
Right.
if the AI was intelligent or not than to ask how did the AI operate. After all, labels are useful only when they further pursuit of the truth. And that, as you well know, is the goal of all
Could
science.
be.
Sure, Doc.
A lot of
Thanks.
science might not be as
guess.
scientific as you would think. No, this shit's cool.
Doc, that wolf UG, you think it's possible to repair it?
Why do you ask?
Just curious.
Well, normal brain tissue degrades starting approximately 3 minutes after the heart stops. With neural AI, however, the spin of the internal electrons is retained even after electric power is cut. Assuming there is no damage to the actual AI hardware itself, yes, repairs should be possible.
Okay.
Whatever state it is in, I would certainly appreciate it if you could bring it back with you.
I'll see what I can do. But the mission takes priority.
Of course, of course.
Wait a
I would
minute.
never suggest otherwise.
But let's just say this thing is what it claimed to be. You think there are other intelligent UGs out there? Because if that's the case, I've got a feeling future missions are only gonna get rougher.
Indeed.
Oh no.
Dozens of UGs chatting away on the field would be enough to drive anyone to distraction. Neural AIs are not von Neumann computers, keep in mind. Structurally, they are closer to human brains. Hardware and software are indivisible. The learning
gonna have
data
a boss
can't
rush,
simply be
aren't we?
transplanted to other AIs.
So it can't be copied or backed up either.
I don't want
Normal UGs must be taught individually. This entails streaming provisional, audiovisual, and body sensor data until it's ready to be shipped out. This process can be sped up by increasing
I'm
and
saying this
improving
because of my
processing speed.
experience with Ninja Gaiden.
But I've
in
no
all
data
honesty.
on how long it would take to train such an AI how to converse.
This game has a lot
I
of
couldn't even tell you
similar
if there's a training
premises
program established
Ninja
for such a
Gaiden.
thing in the first place.
It's a similar
If it
genre.
is indeed a prototype, it likely learned and honed its skills via the process of trial and error.
So it's unique.
I cannot say with certainty, but I have not heard of any UG like this before. I
Oh,
would imagine that
shit.
it was telling the truth when
So
it
the
called
idea
itself an experimental
Is
prototype.
it supposed
And
to
maybe others.
learn
Or
how
perhaps
to fight
it's
better?
the only one in
So
existence.
if like
Glad we
you
narrowed
were able
that
to
down,
like
then.
New Game Plus it, the fight should have been harder. Like, you know what I mean? Something like that, basically.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion on
Yes!
carbon nanotube
Yes!
muscle fibers.
Didn't we?
No.
CNT drove major innovations in the field of cybernetics, not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous
such a
linear
fucking
actuators
nerd,
in
man.
order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, hmm?
Yeah.
I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear A, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out
But
the
take
greater
out
need
the
was for
nuclear
smaller,
payload,
cheaper
though.
units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers.
Right.
So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage over a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching
It's a
increase
fucking
in
chain
size.
of command.
This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions.
It's a chain of command.
Conversely, the smaller models are so close to
crazy.
cyborgs that...
I mean, it makes
well,
sense.
What is the point?
But, yeah.
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
You
Precisely.
are a cyborg.
Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg
And look at how
take
many
the place
UGs
of the
we've
UG,
taken out as one
the UG
cyborg.
has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh?
Brother.
It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
But
But it is all quite possible, I assure
would be,
you.
Yep, in the
Just
future, I bet it would be.
consider the possibilities.
Right?
A humanoid friend for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
Holy shit, androids. Honestly, if they were to, like, go off of this, like, say they make a new Metal Gear game in the future, and it literally takes place after this game, I think that would be one of the few things that I would really like to see, actually. A Metal Gear that takes place with androids on the feet. Huh. Again, we'll see in the future if,
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor.
Oh, cool.
It's
We got more.
strange in a way.
We'll find out in the future.
How do you mean?
I can
Konami
slice
decides
them to
make
pieces,
new
and with all
Metal
their
Gear
pain and
storylines.
emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people.
You know why we're having this
But these
conversation?
cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm
Because
taking
the
on
UG asked
unmanned
us
gears.
to stop.
Robots. Not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt?
That's blunt.
There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war.
And the best thing to do is talk
were a
about
huge
shit.
step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and
hate
mentally.
guns.
Then,
Video games give me
destroying
all
a
the
tank
guns.
or airplane,
Real life.
where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim. much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe.
Wow.
I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Oh.
Well, under normal circumstances,
They do
you
a
wouldn't
great job
necessarily
of
be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with
basically
oxygen,
how
a
shit
cyborg
is.
can survive
I mean, for
most
fuck's sake.
anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado's cyborgs are different.
Oh, wait.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe
They
security
lived?
measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Mane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that.
Holy shit!
Inside or outside the country.
The brothers lived!
Yes.
Holy
I suppose
shit!
fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
That's fucking crazy. He said Gemini brothers, and I was like, the only Gemini brothers I could think of, and the one dude got his head cut. That's fucking crazy.
Bryden, something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly
That's
reversible,
fucking
I
crazy.
assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as
you
it
need
was
to have
over.
emotions.
I'll pass.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no.
To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong.
Yeah.
Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion
You
restraints.
could say that that's one of the
An
reasons why Dutch
understandable
did what he
perspective.
started to do, right?
There is some
His-
data to
Got
support
that
your
head
belief.
injury, right?
MRI
And
scans
then he
have isolated
changed.
the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral, prefrontal, and central orbitofrontal
Yes.
cortexes, to be
It's a
precise.
plan.
But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But
Here's
another
your sign.
argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great
Logic would
atrocities,
spark
would they have happened
as much,
if
if
not
not
for
more
emotional
conflict.
decisions?
Maybe not.
If it was just
But we
logic.
can't just ignore the
And the
world view of
reason
most of the planet.
is because you would have
We don't
different
exist in a
groups.
vacuum here. To most of the world,
Hold on.
a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can
Yep.
become a bomb just waiting to explode.
And that's the problem.
It is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Uh-huh. Brainwashing, like I said. Wild. But yeah, I read a story on, like, I was scrolling through Twitter one day, and I found an article. And the article was going over how this tank team, who got, like, the group that became this tank group, had no official training. This is the claim, whether it's the truth or not, I don't know, but this is what they said. They had no official training, but they knew where to target and hit other tanks because they played War Thunder. Motherfucker knows where to shoot a tank because of a video game. The Metal Gear franchise has become and is becoming reality. Think about Neuralink. You're starting to fuck with the brain, and you're starting to pinpoint exactly what each parts of the brain do, and use those to interact with stuff. I was reading up on some of the stories about the dude being able to play video games, and how he stayed up and played video games all night. That's fucking awesome. But it also starts to bring up stuff like this, because you'll be able to start doing this kind of shit in the new, starting to disable pain receptors.
Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to repair it?
Why do you
just
well with neural assume whatever?
I'll see what I.
Of course.
But let's, as if that's a.
In neural AI hard,
so it
normal this pro. I couldn't even if it.
So it's.
I would have made.
Glad.
Get used to that.
Doc.
Why do you
just.
Well, normal brain with
neural. Get used to that. I'm apologizing
but
right
let's
now.
As if
in neural hard.
So it
normal this I could if it.
So it.
I would have made.
Glad.
But you're gonna get that a couple of times, because I want to make sure that I've exhausted the dialogues, and we've gotten a lot of lore, we've gotten a lot of information, we've got a lot of philosophical conversations, a bunch of philosophical conversations, discussion. You know what I mean? Like, what is intelligent? Right? Is it logic or is it not? Alright. Oh, I fucked up. Don't do that. Okay. It's scripted as fuck, but it's a good scripted. I'm sorry. We're fighting the hell of a chopper? What's the button I gotta press for this shit? Hold LB, left bumper, which is this. And right trigger. Gotta hop up there somehow. I see how. I get it. Okay, I get it. Oh, fuck. I tried to jump and I shouldn't have done that. This is a pretty interesting fighter right now. It allows you to have the opportunity to actually attack the helicopter without using missiles if you don't want to. The missile knows where it is. The missile knows where it is because it knows where it is. Yeah, bitch. Son of a bitch. Let's go to Kutsky and a half. Oh, LSRT. Oh, some bitch. Doing it. Hey. Wait. $197 pods. We did fight the hell of a chopper, like I said we would. I need your fluids. Enemies. I need your fluids.
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide.
I was trying to get the arm, left arm. Watch your body. Come on. Okay. Square for that, and then triangle for that. Yes, that will help me remember. Wow, bitch. How dare you lay a finger on me, huh? Aww. So they can die. So they can die.
So you could not stop them. Well, so be it. Perhaps you've got enough to worry about.
Right. These rifles Desperado's using. Mac 200s, right?
Oh man, that
same as Maverick's standard issue.
Damn.
Nice weapon. Not that any gun is much use against the cyborg.
I'm gonna play a lot of this.
The 200 is a thing of beauty. We were one of the first to adopt them 3 years ago. It has minimal muzzle flash and report when firing, and little recoil. Plus, the ejection port near the muzzle makes it good in both left and right hand. Rare for bullpup rifle. Easy maintenance, tough enough to take some dirt without jamming every shot, and it takes standard NATO magazine, so you can find ammo on almost any mission, anywhere in the world.
Sounds like somebody's in love.
Well, it reminds me of the good old days. Most Soviet gear was trash, yes, but the rifles. Ah, the rifles. The best in the world.
I bet you the
and
AK
it seems
would
I'm
still
not
be...
the only one to appreciate them.
I bet you the AK
Apparently
would
not.
still be used.
I see Macs everywhere these days.
They've spread all over the world, and so quickly. Still, I am sad to see Desperado using them against us.
Well, not much we can do about it now.
Such an elegant weapon, waved around Stado Priturkov. Что вы столи?
Okay, Boris, okay. Just calm down.
Most impressive, Raiden.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a lot more than float around like that to beat me.
Indeed, indeed. So, now you are in Sukumi Old Town. Pretty much still the same as after war in 1990s.
Looks like it.
Make your way through town. You'll need to pass through an abandoned hotel to reach the hill. The hotel is serving as headquarters for cyborg forces patrolling the new city.
This is a lot of lore.
Sounds like a blast. And why exactly am I walking right into enemy HQ?
Well, it's not a stealth mission, eh? Striking them will weaken their entire forces. Besides, we don't want them stabbing you in the back.
All right. At least I'll get to top off my electrolytes.
This is the spirit. Trust me, it is easier than knocking on refinery front gate.
Fucking walking Gatorade bottle.
Raiden, let's recap your route.
Woo!
Shoot.
First, continue down the road you are on. An abandoned hotel is up ahead. This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. Boris, any idea where they're getting the money to fund this operation? Assembling this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are two questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
Duh. We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt-poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb.
Well,
some rebel groups are very well funded.
Redemption,
in Arab
actually.
oil nations, for instance.
It was a
right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
Was the rebel.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor. Perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind him.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Duh. Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi pipeline is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, Many groups stand to gain a lot of money from this mess.
So, Jetstream Sam was the final boss of the initial mission 0, right? Like, you're checking it out. This is the information. Like, hey, this is why you're doing what you're doing. Mission 0. Mission 1. I'm curious about what the final boss is going to be here.
Raiden, I've been thinking.
Wow,
What
there's so
Sundowner
much
said.
here.
How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Imani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that
Make sure
position
you all
would.
do the same, right?
But he
Stretch,
listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around, so the rival factions never got that popular or that well-funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
Get your drinks.
But it does not make sense for Desperado
about
to be
step
acting
away here.
alone here
Go to the
either.
restroom.
Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war.
Fucking as
yet.
fucked up as it is.
We need to figure out who's
War
at the
makes
root
money.
of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that
G.I.
will get you
Joe!
killed.
Well, no matter what, this mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them, too.
Our focus is to help the Abkhaz people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it.
Alright. I'm gonna play a couple minutes of that. I'm gonna have to do this, okay? I don't want my mouse on screen. Dude, I refuse. I don't like it, and I ain't gonna let you, suffer. I don't know why I'm getting my sound boss, but... Oh, the music's so good. The lore is so interesting, you know? Like, there's a lot of information here, and we gotta go talk to Kevin, Courtney, and Doctor. Like I said, a first playthrough it's a lore through. I'm just having a blast. I'll be back momentarily. When I return, we're going to continue to go on the lore, right? And then we'll go from there. Oh, right then. Ugh. After a couple more hours, I may need to take a small pause from this game. Fuck it.
These rifles
Nah, we'll be
Desperado's
good.
using.
Yeah, fuck it.
Mac 200s, right? Same as Maverick's
I might
standard
miss a
issue.
daily.
Nice weapon. Not that any gun is much use against a cyborg.
The 200 is a thing of beauty. We were one of it has blast easy and they've
well,
we're done with Boris.
That sucks. I know it's not part of our mission, but I don't like seeing innocent civilians die for no reason.
Yeah. What was that civilian doing here, anyway?
No idea. Maybe he's just curious. Or maybe he's with the refinery. That plant's the biggest thing this city's got going. There's practically nothing more important. If he works there, he is probably losing it right about now.
Either way, he's either foolish or crazy running around here by himself.
Well, he's not your problem anymore. Better get back to the
The
mission.
civilian we saved. Civilian we saved.
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Imani. Is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader.
Nondescript
Let's see.
caramel. Yum.
Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, Cyborg Tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev.
Wow.
Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit.
Let's
Still
go.
a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Fucking called it.
Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu. That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kenjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging. Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi. A.K.A. Setsujinken, the murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America.
Okay.
One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Oh my god, he's so fucking...
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements?
He's so
and
fucking
pre-SOP?
cool!
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told
No,
you,
we
Kev.
know he's
I got a
fucking-
reading on his fighting style
Yeah.
from last time, and my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Our brand new car!
I know you will be. Ride it. Head for the oil refinery.
Okay. Yep. I gotta try to do this during fights. It's hard to remember to do it during fights.
Life signs are nil.
Ah.
Guess I was too
We gotta
late.
go through every single one of them, don't we?
Copy that. Back to the mission, I guess.
I gotta use codec way more. I'm gonna do this off stream too, and just like make like. This is
Hey Courtney,
how I know
have you
so
ever
much
tried
about Metal
Abkhazian
Gear.
cuisine?
I've gone through it so many times and made
Georgian,
sure
yes,
I knew.
but I mean, I don't really know much about Abkhazia.
But that's mainly with
so
codec calls.
It'd be
Maybe
nice to
I
try
missed
it,
some
though,
of those.
since we're this close
by
and all.
doing that.
Huh? Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right?
So she,
you know,
Courtney's
your
been
little
with
research
Maverick
trips.
for
Oh, come
a
on.
while, a couple of years.
Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local
Years,
interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay, okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all, though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
I mean,
They say most Abkhazian cuisine is closer to
That makes
Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
so hopefully my voice is well heard. I'm gonna project it a little bit more because I'm back a little bit. If I seem like I'm yelling,
How are things back at control,
I don't
Courtney?
mean to.
Things?
but
Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess.
we got over
Russia
here.
is, you know,
Russia.
Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
Russia
No concerns
is,
about
you know,
security?
Russia.
Isn't that a civilian airport you're
Ain't that,
stationed
ain't
at?
that what every
Sochi
country is,
International,
though?
yeah.
No matter
But we're
what,
fine.
even like the
We have our
country
own
still
cyborg
seems to
detail
be
on the
itself,
job.
no matter what.
Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane,
Got
I
that
guess.
from Snake.
No, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, Raiden, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right, all right. If you're done,
That
I'm going
is
to
not
get back to the
flirting.
mission.
Okay.
That is
okay,
joking.
I'll stop.
That is
Thanks.
not flirting.
For a guy
'Cause
with a bod like yours.
I made a comment
anytime.
about what he says when you get the dialogue option. He says, "I'd like to hear the sound of your voice." That's more flirtatious in nature.
By the way, I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor
Again,
back in Africa.
opinionated based stuff here.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you
Yeah.
got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali
Fuck
civilian
off.
helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake.
Figures.
Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why
mean,
they bothered with the tilt rotor in the
evidence,
first place.
though.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile, they have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident-prone, though?
They were.
I mean,
Used to call them Widowmakers.
oh my
The
god.
rotor tech is really
Widowmaker.
complex. There've been a lot of mishaps
That
over the
that
years,
terminology
but
is
each
so
one's helped
fucked
perfect
up,
the
man.
design. These days, they're
You
as
hear
safe as
that
any other
in Enlisted.
aircraft.
I'm making
Helicopter
widows.
or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust
I mean-
vectoring jets of the past.
Ah,
makes
no
sense that
wonder
it's
you
in
know all
there,
this.
and
Says
they-
here you took down a
I would-
Harrier once.
If they got rid of it, it would
Wait.
be like,
By yourself?
Well,
Trust
I
me,
did have a
people-
rocket
you-
launcher.
when you go into
Wasn't so
war, you
tough
think
while
some
it was in
fucked up
hover
things about the
mode.
people you're going to war
I
with.
bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
Helps
You don't know the
desensitize
half of
yourself
it.
to the fact that you're, killing other humans.
What's up?
Done a lot of fucking research on a lot of subjects, particularly a lot of things relating to this game.
No? Did you need anything else?
No,
Hear the sound of
guess
your voice.
not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, Save it for your wife, Raiden.
Yeah, like that. The way he said,
That was
I don't
a
like
hammerhead,
that.
right?
'Cause
I know it's the first
supposed to be
canard
married,
rotor
and I mean,
wingcraft
he's
to go
probably-
into general
To him, he's
use.
probably fucking around.
Capable of taking off vertically like a helicopter with a
My
fixed
fogged
wing
up
mode
brain,
for
it
speedy flight.
does not seem like
A
that.
jet nozzle on the rotor provides the propulsion that spins the rotor and keeps the craft hovering. During flights, the rotor is fixed, becoming the craft's main wing. The tail wings and canards, the wings on the far front, provide lift while the craft is changing modes.
Pretty wild. And the hammerhead's the only one out there.
The design began as DARPA-funded research. The craft they designed could take off and hover well enough, but they could never figure out how to handle going over to fixed wing. The project was cancelled in 2006, but AT Corps apparently picked up where they left off.
Sounds like a troubled development.
But worth the effort. Unlike a helicopter or tilt rotor, the machinery spinning the rotor is exceedingly simple. Not only does it cut down on weight, but maintenance is made easier. In fixed-wing mode, it is no different from any other jet aircraft, giving it a decisive speed advantage. I must say it's well suited as an escort to a tilt rotor, too.
I can see you're a fan.
A fan of a lot of things.
Oh, I'm a fan of anything imaginatively designed. As a scientist, it pushes all my buttons, one would say. In terms of innovation, it shares a great deal with the Triebflügel, a World War II-era German concept craft.
Okay.
It, too, utilized the tip jet concept.
Interesting.
Doesn't look like it has any business being in the air, though. I'd be kind of nervous riding in one.
Oh, but that's just what would make the ride such fun, no? I'm a firm believer in the case for more pie-in-the-sky experimentation like this. We live in an age of UGs, after all. We don't even need test pilots.
No one's gonna get on if it crashes, Doc.
Worry me, Doc.
Hey, Doc. Kev mentioned
me.
a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah, I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mm-hmm. Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more
They did a
subtle
great job of
cues,
making the doctor
such as
sus
the
as
manner
fuck.
of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current
Did I just say that?
a passing acquaintance
off.
might be fooled,
Oh,
but not
gross.
a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know.
That's crazy.
So, Doc,
He's
if
dealt with a lot of
brainjacking can
AI
access
too.
someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past.
Recorded footage.
The brain does not store every single
Yeah.
detail the senses take in,
It would just
you
be
know.
recorded
It records
video.
highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was
Oh, that's not
previously
what I
aware
thought.
of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but it is not so simple, you know. The connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb
Yeah, you
that,
become
for example,
something
say we
else.
remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do.
Yeah.
However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you are both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave.
Or you would disassociate
so, you see,
or have
the
like
very
a split
concept is not
personality
practical for
issue,
most military
would be
applications.
one and then
in
be the
trying
other at
to
different
read an
times
enemy's
at
mind,
random.
you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis.
Exactly what I just said. Visual data.
All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
Yep.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well,
But
it's
memories
not
are
always
different.
recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replay double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said.
If that face
But
is...
the process is
yeah.
not perfect. And it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it.
This is gonna be fucking
should you ever
important
require
later.
a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure. I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are
No, the
capable
first
of.
cyborg was
SOP,
fucked.
brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
I do. With nanomachines.
Yeah.
You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you
I'm
going
too high
with
for
it?
this shit.
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions, effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course.
We're getting to this level,
After
but like,
all,
we're getting to we
these
can fucking
molecules
pick
and
organs.
proteins can only make use of the materials at hand.
I've seen fucking lab
That
rats
is
with
to
human
say,
ears
the
growing
atoms
out of
that
them.
naturally occur
Fucking-
within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg
Good.
tech is already more
Don't look it
advanced
up,
than
right.
nanomachines?
Well, not
Nanomachines,
necessarily. But the
I know
potential
that
for
meme.
future growth seems much
wait to see
greater,
that.
does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional.
Oh,
Cyber
boy!
technology seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form
He
we
wants
expect.
to be a robot.
Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
The memories talk. Well, he wants to be able to take the memories, put them in a machine that will never break down, be immortal. He talks about inefficiency of the human body, and the only way you ever talk about the inefficiency of the body and becoming something more and stuff like that is if you feel that desire to not experience the living realm. You know?
Doc, that wolf UG.
You think
Why, you
we exhausted the dialogue. Damn.
Of course.
But let's
Damn.
get
There's a lot of
How-
philosophical
so
shit in these games, man.
If it,
So it's-
I would have admitted.
glad.
And it's really, really interesting to listen to when your blitz, ballroom blitz.
So that's where they're
Don't give me
holding.
my fucking money.
Some kind of electronic
Where's the
lock.
money,
Yeah.
Lebowski?
Most likely,
Give me
it
my
opens
money.
only if you have the right ID
Thank
data
you.
stored in your left hand. Perhaps
excuse
you
me.
could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
Oh, they're
You
gonna...
see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride.
Hitch a ride.
Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
Enhance. Need a hand. Need a hand. Need a hand. Oh, fuck off. Oh. Hello? Wait, we were still in stealth mode? Oh, you motherfucker.
Get off!
Give me your fucking spine, bitch. No! Fuck. I pressed Y, but it didn't do that. I pressed Y, but it did attack like that. Son of a bitch.
Right. You missed them all? Well, you just have to fight your way through.
We're mulliganing that one.
Bravo! Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
Wait. Yeah, a lot of facilities hate these Patriot facilities. Wait. That's wild. We need to try to get more left hands. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to fucking aim at the dude who was already fucking cut in half. Come on. That's his left hand. It seems like there's only specific left hands we go for. Like, I'll have to scan more. Secrets? Secret? Hey, we'll also have to talk to everybody again. Hey, this man. Ooh. There we go. Oh, fish. Candy. Good thing we missed. Not there. Got it. Oh. Oh. Alright. Lesson learned. Got it. Very good. Got good. Any other? No, it's up. For that. Freeze and destroy. Nice. Nice. Good. That was a checkpoint, right? Alright. Talk to everybody.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then
yeah,
what?
talk to everybody.
This road ends at the
Customize.
hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof.
It's gonna
That
reload us,
hotel
though,
was used by the nomenclatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course,
wait.
but in Soviet
Customize.
days, full
To the
of
end of the
luxury.
mission.
Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof.
Refinery.
Got it. So I get past the gate.
This road, that all this anyway. There are
Head for.
Hey, greetings, a good day, Ray. How are you doing today? Appreciate biddies. Thank you. Thank you kindly for the kind words, my friend.
So I get past the gate
acquaintance,
and
whatever the
into
hell
the
you want to call it.
hotel.
I don't give a
Then
fuck.
what?
I
This
consider
road ends at
a
the
lot of
hotel.
people here
Enter and you should
who
be
are
able to
on
reach a
friendly
hill from the
terms
roof.
and not tired.
That hotel was used by
I
the
am
nomenclature,
Baldwin Blitz.
high-ranking
And we're
communist
gonna
party
keep being Baldwin
bureaucrats.
Blitz.
All
This is gonna be
destroyed now,
this
of
might be a
course, but in
30-hour
Soviet
stream.
days, full of luxury. Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear...
Head for...
Kevin.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery.
Courtney.
What's up? Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Okay, so we exhausted the dialogue there. I was just making sure.
Perhaps we could chit-chat later, right?
Yeah, you gotta make sure that you can talk, like, get through all the dialogue on this stuff, because there's so much lore. There's so much lore. Well, I'm also stepped away a little bit, in all honesty, and this game is loud. I can lower it a little bit more. This is a waste. But oh, I got 2 more points. I need so many points for that. Okay, so we got... I'm not using this yet. Not until I get the sword. I'll lure one of these. Oh, I should probably gotten an upgrade. Yeah, I should have gotten an upgrade on life or fuel cells and stuff like that. I wanted to make sure I got the thing that I needed. Let's get updated version of the parry so we can parry in midair. Yeah, give me that right away. I'll lower the game. I'll lower the game 1 more notch. Hopefully it won't be too low at that point. Options. Oh, it's all the way down. Like, that's gotta be perfect. I mean, I might be a little bit loud now compared to the game. Then again, this is a loud game. Ooh. Alright. So we already talked to them.
Enemy sighted!
1, 2. Oh, bitch. Left arm. I think we got his left arm. Not as much as we would get normally, but still 100%. D. Yeah, can definitely do a lot better. Definitely do a lot better. Faster and less hits. I'm not going to be doing as good as I could be because, like I said, we're partying. We're having fun. We're having a good old time. Running more. Ooh, candy. Need to pour more water. VR mission 03. We missed VR mission 02. I might have to look some stuff up to get access. But
So I get past the gate
okay.
and into the hotel.
Yeah, it's just.
Then what?
That all this anyway.
We've gotten to the point that I've been waiting to get to. The exhausting of the dialogue. That is the point that you always want to get to in a game like this. I'm curious to see how many times it will take to get through all the dialogue for every area and mission. I messed up a little bit in the first area by not talking more to the people if I could, and during a couple of the boss fights. I should have talked more during the wolf fight. I should have. I will for the boss fight against Mistral, because that's a boss fight, right? Sundowner, that's a boss fight for sure. Basically, there's always like 5 individuals that you have
First,
to fight.
make your way to the hotel roof.
I am exploring slowly and talking to my chat. Old man. Features now, old man. Want to get... I can't wall run. Wish I could wall run in this game. Oh shit. That would be Dozaev. Oh?
That woman.
Hey, Green Ninja, good day, Relatives. How are you doing today? Yes, it is. I turned 29 today. Let's go. What?
Raiden, what's happening?
Thank you
Your
kindly.
heart rate spiked.
What?
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet. All right, I'm heading for the refinery.
It could be like a virus thing. I don't know. Computers and people and computers. I'm high as fucking drunk at the same time right now. I'm taking a slight hiatus on any more consumption for the party because I want to get some food in me, so I'm just gonna drink water for a little while. Nope.
More classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
I'm gonna have to go through these games a couple of times. Hey. This game is of a similar genre to the style of Ninja Gaiden. Obviously, there are a lot of differences between this and Ninja Gaiden, but I'm very biased. I will say it's a good thing that I played Ninja Gaiden, because there's a lot of shit that is similar between these games. But Ninja Gaiden has a lot more combo stuff, and I have not looked up a single combo in this game. I'm just kind of pressing buttons and having fun. It's how I always play games like this for the first time. Can I assassinate you?
I got him.
I could have.
Bitch. Requesting backup.
I can dodge from mid-air, bitch. But yeah, it's a lot more. The controls are, like with the blocking and stuff like that and the dodging, it's weird. Because it feels like I can block a lot easier in this game. It feels a lot more simplistic, even though it uses an entirely different style of block, right? I have to basically press up on the left analog stick at the same time as I press the attack button. Come on, give me B! I'm a bit focused mode right now. I'm having a blast with this game. Gotcha, bitch!
Bullseye!
I'm having a good time. Yeah, this is... fuck, I'm gonna have to play more Ninja Gaiden 2 in the future. But I'm gonna spend a lot of time playing this game because... lore, so much lore.
I got a visual on Dozaev and Mistral.
Oh, yeah, I should have talked to them
Looked like
earlier.
they were arguing over something. Mistral's heading up the force at the refinery, correct? We're sure on that?
Yes, but I'm not sure how good a commander she is. As a fighter, talented, yes, I know, but...
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
I
No, I doubt that, yeah.
She may not like him, but she will follow her orders.
And
She's
still
just the leader
got
on the
orders
ground
following.
here, I think. Someone else is calling the shots behind cover.
All right. But what's the end game here? Say I die and we can't stop them. Then what? Are they even capable of forming a real government? Do they think the people here would support Dolzaev?
Good question, Tovarich. History shows it is a much easier thing to take a government than to keep it. An unpopular regime can only ignore the will of the people for so long before they rise up. And trying to do all this with PMC soldiers? Difficult. And very, very expensive.
Yeah.
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets. Who stands to benefit the most from all
That's
this?
the one thing that
Most
sucks about
likely
me having
someone
that
with an
knowledge, because
interest in that
I can kind of
refinery.
tell
The
who
plant
that
has
someone
pipelines
is.
connecting with
It's fun to
Sochi in
know
Russia
that, though, and to, like, see
Supsa
how
in
they
Georgia.
figure it out. If they
Crude oil
get the
from the
information
Caspian
to
Sea
figure
is
it out.
refined in Sukhumi and then sent on to Russia.
Oil. I wonder if Dolzaev knows he's being used. Then again, I wonder if he'd even care.
I mean, you would think he would care if he knew it was being used, right? Because the whole reason he's fighting the way that he is because he feels that his country or homeland is being used by Russia in this universe, right? So he's fighting against that whole thing. I would think that if he knew he was being used, then again, maybe he would be like, oh, it's okay for that to happen for me because they're on my side?
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman were discussing? Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No.
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too
Should be
far
able
for
to
sound
read lips,
vibrations to travel.
You would
A
think.
pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were inside, near window.
Yeah, maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
Duh, true enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now. Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Miss Trial, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so.
We can't go after him, like, unless he comes after us. Like, if he just is unarmed and doesn't point his gun at us and try and shoot us, we can warn him, and then he tries to shoot us, and then we would kill him? I think.
Hey,
Based off the
Boris,
ROEs?
I know this probably isn't the best time for this, but...
No problem. Ask me anything.
Are you sure about
My
that?
goal is to have open company, huh? Hiding
I gotta
nothing
fix my
from its
chair's
employees.
feet.
Right, well,
The cushion's pushed
there were a
forward
few
bit.
big proposals we had in the works, right?
Oh no!
What do you mean?
Wait a minute.
You know,
Wait
mind
a
doing
minute.
tactical drills with the Brazilian Special Ops Force in Rio? Playing the bad guys in that South African anti-terror police training program. On-site security consulting for the Swiss.
We lost a bunch of jobs.
Yes, we were working on a few things,
Oh,
weren't
we lost them all.
Well, I thought so, but they're not in Maverick's task management
Fuck.
database.
Well, right then. We've had to freeze those proposals.
Yeah, this isn't good.
Temporarily, you see?
You're putting them on ice?
They would be too much distracting for you.
This-
We need to focus on
he's
current
lying to
up.
us. You can tell
That
he's
doesn't
lying
seem
to us.
necessary.
No,
You're gonna disappoint a lot of prospective clients.
they're not prospective
Well,
clients.
yes.
They
but
pulled out when we
This
failed.
is about money, isn't
Yep.
it?
They pulled out.
I should not
Yeah.
have tried to hide it.
Yep, I call
Right.
that
Open company, remember?
Well, yes, but we can't afford for you to be too shaken to complete your mission.
This wouldn't shake us.
Boris, I'm fine. I know it's not all my fault, but my client was killed. Kinda expect to lose some work after that.
Yeah, not your fault, but my responsibility in the end. We were far too lightly equipped. No one on the field made mistakes.
It's a third world country. We were working with a shoestring budget. If we went in heavier, burning Maverick cash, we'd have been in the red.
Yeah.
And that is the tricky part about this business, yes? But what is past
That's a
is
hell of a way
past.
to look at business.
And too early
I took
to
a
worry
business
about
class,
the future.
high school.
Just focus on the matter
When
at
I
hand.
was a young
Okay,
warthog. I took a business class, and I went full hog on it, right? Like, my buddies were so excited. They were like, dude, we're gonna fucking business class, we're gonna have so much fun. They fucking hated business class because I took that shit seriously. It's like...
What do you think Dulce
You know what I
and
mean?
that woman were
Oh, we already
giving
heard
you?
this.
A pity.
Yeah, and there's...
I took
anyway,
that shit
right
seriously.
Relax.
I did research on I did a lot of shit. So, like, hearing, like, the terminology used for stuff that I did all that time ago, business class, and it's like, yeah, you can turn anything into a fucking business, no matter how fucked that is.
You get all that, Kev? The woman with Dosaev. That's Miss Tron?
Wild.
Yep. The only female member of the Winds of Destruction. The name is from... a cold, dry regional wind in France that blows from the Alps down to the Mediterranean.
She French?
Yep. Born in Algeria, though.
Mistral,
it was a French
sounds
colony
French.
until they declared independence in the
Mistral.
early 60s. Haha, but you already knew that.
Yeah. They were the last French colony in Africa.
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Pied Noir, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger, was one.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France, although they put a stop to that a while ago.
Of course.
Yeah. A lot of European countries seem to be clamping down on immigration lately.
Miss Strahl joined the Foreign Legion to get her citizenship.
French Foreign Legion.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first. There was one that served in the North Africa campaign during
Yeah, I
World
was
War
about
II.
to say, I knew about
Anyway, Miss Strahl's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went cyborg. She's officially leading the force at the refinery, but she is also a combatant. I don't have anything on her combat style, but do not underestimate her. The Winds of Destruction are trained killers, all of them. They didn't let her in because of her looks.
I don't need a reminder. I won't let my guard down.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of, huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Sounds like you should take your own advice there, Kev. So, Kev, what exactly goes on here anyway?
Woo!
I mean, obviously
That's
refining oil, but what all's involved with that?
But yeah,
How careful do I need to be?
Skip that week in science class, huh?
I'm having a blast with this fucking game.
All right. How much do you know already?
Just the basics. They take crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah, and stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Plastics?
Naphtha.
Plastics.
The raw material for ethylene.
Yep.
Which is then the raw material for polyethylene and other plastics.
Yep.
Crude oil's used for a lot more than just fuel, you know.
I've done a
These
lot of
days,
research
it's
on
the core
subjects.
component of just
I
about
fucking
every chemical
love
product.
that. This is coming in handy here.
Crude contains a lot of molecular hydrocarbons and impurities.
Uh-huh.
The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling
Gasoline
points.
used to be a byproduct
Once
that
the
they would just
impurities are
dump out.
removed, what's left can be used to make gasoline and so on.
Right. So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on.
All right, cool then. Kevin out.
Bryden, you're blue balling me on my lore, man.
Hey, Kev. You have anything on that sword Sam was using?
I want it.
Didn't seem like your garden
No,
variety high-frequency
it fucking
blade.
had red lightning.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make. Handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right?
Uh-huh.
The harder the metal, the better it cuts.
But it's also more
the
brittle.
more brittle
Yeah,
it is.
are we gonna break?
So
Don't break
sword's
a
gotta
sword.
be sturdy,
Don't break
but
a
also
sword.
just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking. Walking that line,
Our sword
striking
might
that
break.
balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words.
Carbon.
So the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the plate
Fuck
scale.
off!
In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
That probably has real scientific
you
shit
lost me
behind it.
around the EMF
but
part.
fuck off with that
And that's
being
the
in the
dumbed down
sword.
explanation.
That fucking weapon.
To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies
That's
what's
fucking
already
weapon.
there.
If it was doing that, should have cut
So
through our
Sam's
sword like a
badass
fucking hot
blade
knife through
might
butter.
give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Of course it would be.
Murasama.
Yeah, it's the fucking most
Sounds
legendary
familiar.
swordsmith of all
One
time,
of the top
right?
10 best-known sword makers
Yep.
worldwide. Easy. In Japan, he is
Come
legendary.
on.
They say
Hit me
his
with a
swords
curveball.
thirst for blood. That they choose who will wield them. You know, that sort of thing.
Ooh,
First
now
blades
I
type
really
of
am
shit.
scared.
I know, right?
I love this.
Ride it.
I love
Head
this.
for the oil
I love how all this bullshit research I've done, on how to smith swords and how oil is refined. I love how this is coming up.
You need to save?
I love this. This is
Did you
why
catch
I
all
look
that
shit up like
with
that.
Dosaev and Mistral?
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. Dolzaev's not really what I expected. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess I expected someone more...
Yeah,
I don't
he
know,
didn't seem very threatening.
Didn't seem too friendly to me.
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold, calculating professional.
Not someone who's gonna fly off the
Dolzaev
handle.
looks more like some guy off the street.
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism. It's too risky. Most terrorists are ordinary people, radicalized one way or another.
Yeah, I guess so.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier to forgive. What about Mistral? What'd you think?
Well, she's certainly attractive. Probably an artificial face, though. I'm guessing most of her is... artificial.
Roger that.
Woo! So Mistral's from Algeria.
Algeria.
Have you ever been?
No. You?
I thought she was
Once, for a consulting job. Pretty short trip, though.
I hear it's pretty safe there
Yeah,
now,
step away after
compared to
the-
how things
photo
were at the
call.
start of this decade.
Yeah, I was able to slip a little sightseeing in. Pretty nice spot for a vacation. Kind of hot, though. 80% of it's the Saharan Desert,
Saharan
and wow,
Desert.
it was just like you'd imagine. So much sand. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath the early evening moon. It was like something from another world.
Yeah? I thought only a sixth of the Sahara was sandy like that. The French carried out a bunch of nuclear tests there too, I remember.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, it's a totally different place. All these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue sea. It's a really stark contrast.
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looks a lot like that.
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch near my hotel. A baguette sandwich and a café au lait. Simple and simply unforgettable. Oh, there were a bunch of sweet shops in town, too. High-quality European candy, but so cheap.
Sounds like you ate your way across the country.
Well, food's an important part of local culture, you know. Oh, and speaking of which, the seafood...
Oh, don't start with me on seafood.
I didn't expect to see Mediterranean fish and African cuisine, but it was also fresh and flavorful. They'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon juice. I could have eaten that all
Stop
day.
it.
Sounds like a lot of calories.
I tried to stay active, you know.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me how much someone weighs?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that
Yeah.
one.
Hello? Why the fuck would you volunteer that, dumbass? Oh. Alright. You're back. like I said, I come back with chips. Normally, wouldn't eat chips on stream. Main reason, I like the talk. In a game like this, it's perfect. Whenever we get into a new area, have a lot of dialogue we can go through, I can snack on my chips because I need some sustenance to continue with both the stream and the party. Nope.
Raiden, what you said before about your sword
Can you
being
hear this
a
already?
tool of justice, I just want to say I agree 100%. I wish all PMCs thought that way.
Glad to hear you say that.
You mentioned it was part of some samurai code?
Yeah. I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it by chance, during a mission. After that, I decided to train with the HF blade. I studied a lot of samurai techniques. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai code. I tore through stacks of books, movies, anything I could get my hands on.
Somehow hard to imagine you settling in with a big bucket of popcorn.
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you know I'm actually a huge movie buff.
Okay, okay. So that's where you picked up this Sword of Justice creed?
Yeah. Most of it from a single master named Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of swordsmanship on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. He called it Katsujinken, the life-giving sword. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. It's how it's applied that matters. As time went on, Katsujinken incorporated deterrence. It took on the meaning of winning without fighting. Or as I like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from George Herbert. He was an English priest, 17th century.
Oh, I'm losing the frequency of hearing in my right ear.
It's a universal idea, I guess.
You could frame the same message.
Damn you, older age!
But I think it's a good mindset for any PMC.
Anytime you hear a ringing in your ear, that's supposed to be you losing a frequency,
Which doesn't
and
seem
that's
likely
supposed to be
to
the
change
frequency
anytime
that you're
soon.
losing. I can't tell any difference.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just one.
Raiden, the Mistral woman, is she truly a full-body cyborg?
That's what the intel says, at least. Why? You notice something?
Indeed. Two somethings, in fact. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear to be artificial.
You can tell that just from what I saw?
Indeed. After some detailed image analysis, I am 80% certain that is her own natural torso. If it is indeed a cyborg chassis, it is the most advanced I've ever seen. Such technology would not come cheap. It would mean whoever is backing Desperado is likely quite wealthy.
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man, woman, an enemy is an enemy.
Ah, are you not even the least bit curious?
Alright, I need to say what's hilarious about that is there's some fucking breakdown of the lore. There is actually some shit to be gleaned off of that conversation. Outside of the stupidity of it, the diversity, all that. He made a comment about how if they are synthetic, then the amount of money that would have to go into the cyborg body would have been a lot of money. Right? So that tells us one of two things. Either the person backing Desperado is extremely wealthy, or if they're real, Christ, that's so fucking. At the same time, that it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
Thank you. I thought that was just
For
video game
security
stuff.
purposes, I would imagine. Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they die even though their brains could be transferred to a new body?
I understand your concern, Raiden. but I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated by the law. PMCs must inform their workers of such things. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated for the additional risk.
Right.
You should be more concerned with the potential for data loss in these explosions. They could damage or even erase the holographic memory in their left hands. Though to think on it, the data is most likely automatically wiped before detonation, just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave, you know.
Yeah. Sure, Doc.
You must remove the hands before their critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left with a left hand. Gaiden, have I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Several times.
It was the Cold War. East Germany.
Oh, no.
The DDR.
Oh, no.
My field was infantry weapon research. It was a magical time. Secret research. Top secret, you know. All for the Soviets, but so exciting. I was free to explore wherever my findings took me. I never had a budget request refused. Not once. I was young then. Working, always working. Most nights I was sleeping under my desk, you know. Call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But my colleagues, the discoveries. Ah, well. In any case, after unification, they suddenly shut down our entire facility. Everything I'd worked for, my job, my research, poof, gone just like that.
Sounds rough.
This dude, Bean...
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prosthesis hadn't lent me a hand. Artificial limbs were crude props then, you know, designed only for appearances. They were hardly functional. If you lost an arm or leg, you were disabled, and that was that. The key was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface, of course. This enabled a great range of movement, even more so than a natural limb. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics and engineering could come in handy. So,
after the end of World War II,
laboratory in Dortmund, and
the
I was hired
scientists,
immediately.
the German
Patents filed in
scientists,
my name made quite a bit of money.
were split in half.
Soon
half
I was
went
made
to
the
Russia,
head of my own
but
lab.
maybe not exactly
And that's
half.
when you started filling
but a lot of the
orders from
scientists,
PMCs.
most of them went to Russia, and most of,
Indeed.
like, the other half,
From
but not most of
contractors
them.
who'd been referred by the
If
employers.
you split the
to be exact.
scientists into
Workers from your industry
80%,
quickly became our
20%
best
being whatever,
customers.
and
We were
40%
flooded
would
with
go to
orders.
Russia, 40% would
But
go
my
to the
field was
US, and
never
the other
full body
20% would be wherever,
conversions.
right?
You can imagine my surprise.
That's
when
basically what
Boris
happened at the end
contacted
of
Yeah.
World
Our
War II.
previous cybernetics maintenance
Him
guy
being
went into
from
hiding.
East Germany.
But I built on my knowledge and now consider myself
Working
an
for the
expert on
Russians
all cyborgs, both partial and
is
full body.
not... it
Glad I
makes
could help
sense
with
why
your
he is the way
on-the-job
that he is,
training.
then.
Seriously, though. We're lucky to have you on board.
Yes, I should think we have both benefited from our arrangement. Which reminds me, do not forget our other arrangement. The cyborg's left hands, if you would.
Got it.
Here's my problem. He keeps the left hands. He gets the data, but he keeps the left hands.
Raiden, the Mistral woman, is...
That's with why.
In the waste, and if it such...
Probably is fine.
There's a lot of space over here for a whole lot of nothing. Oh, hello? Damn it.
More Patriot intel. Bring me more. And maybe I can develop something interesting from it.
Oh? Ah, I fucked up. I I got the left hand. I don't think it mattered. There's a lot of lore we're getting for a lot of different things here. Also going back to get these chests. Is it pertinent? No. It gives us a couple of extra points, but hilarious enough, we'd probably get more points if we just decided to, if we decided not to... Wait, what? What?
What do you think Dulce have and that even you?
No.
A bit?
Yeah, and there's...
The-
Anyway, better I...
I own the more...
Relax.
What?
Wait. I think I just realized what's up. Dead. Yep. That was weird. I was like, invisible wall? What? That doesn't make any sense. No, it was just...
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Up above you!
Oh, shit. So these helicopters are a lot easier to deal with than the other one was. Damn you. Damn you! Ooh. Ah, shit, we got caught and didn't take any damage, I don't think. Hello? That was quick. Good there? Hello? Wait.
The Hammerhead missiles have an inertia fuse. Cut them before they
I
stop and
almost
they will
forgot.
not detonate. And if it's too late to run, try blade mode. The Hammerhead will try to keep its distance from you as much as possible. To damage it, you could ninja run to close the range after it launches missiles. Or your own anti-air missiles will be effective too.
I needed those
Have them any
chips.
nearby.
I was starting to lose energy, man.
Just leave him lying around, Boris.
Well, you never know with these types, Raiden. They can be careless. And you won't know if you don't look, huh?
We already got a lot of missiles. The missile knows where it is.
The Hammerhead missiles have an... And if it...
Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right now.
Oh.
Maybe try asking Doctor or Boris.
You okay, Raiden? No? Okay. Just be careful, alright?
You okay? No? Okay, just be careful. But we're not okay, though. You asked me if I was okay, and I said no! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hammerheads have a nasty habit of firing all their missiles at once when they are about to go down.
UGs have habits?
Of course. They run on optical neural AIs. They can learn behavior the same as you or me.
And since all units in a UG line are trained in the same way with the same capabilities...
They develop similar fighting habits, yes.
All right. So what do I do once it starts unloading all those missiles?
Blade mode.
Ninja run. Use the projectiles as stepping stones to close the distance between you and the hammerhead.
Okay. Okay, so not yet. Ah, out of range. That was a little bit glitchy there. $421 parts. Oh, damn. We almost got 420. That was a completely optional fight, by the way. Yeah, screw it. Let's customize. Got the points. But yeah, I was running out a little bit of energy, and I was starting to get a little bit of a headache. Making a sensible upgrade? Who is that? Who is he? Cool. Wait, X. We can upgrade this bitch? Where are some stats? Hold up. Where are some stats? What? I think I'm not going to change. I actually, the more I think about it, the more I think I'm not going to actually change the skin we're using. At least not for my first playthrough.
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Yeah. Oh shit, these little bastards.
Watch out! They keep on coming!
I tried. Nice. Nice. Or? Do I just need to run? No. Because that's red. That's red. I can't go forward. Not yet, anyways. That was the last one I was screwing around with. Let me in! Let me in! Wait. Might have missed a couple conversations.
Good. That's the back of the refinery. I see a door there, but it probably has an alarm. Can you use the ventilation duct?
You mean that huge fan?
Just cut off the blades as it spins. Easy, yes?
We got anything on that ray I went up against?
We analyzed the wreckage. Its musculature had been replaced with CNT muscle fiber.
That's wild.
The same type as you, or most any cyborg. This improved its power output and left more room in the chassis for other equipment. It seems they filled this space with Vetronics and extra weapons.
Like that heat blade and plasma gun. Plasma loses effectiveness in the air pretty quickly, but it's still a hell of a close-range weapon.
Large-scale UGs have a growing problem fighting smaller, more agile opponents like you, Raiden. This is why we now see UGs armed with new countermeasures, such as this Ray had.
That is crazy to think about, because I was actually thinking about how Solid has dealt with Ray. That makes more sense now.
Good. That's the back of the... I see it. Can you...
You mean... Hey, so, Kev, buddy, about the refinery. Can I get a quick breakdown of the facilities?
Copy that. I suppose you should at least know a few basics for the mission. So, like I was saying, the refining process is based around distillation. The tallest building on site is the distillation tower. All the crude oil runs through there first, where it's distilled at different boiling ranges. Lighter components with low boiling points are removed at the top of the tower, heavier ones at the base. The heaviest fuel oil then has the lighter oils and naphtha that distillation didn't remove taken out. Fluid catalytic cracking is what they call it. Other than that, let's see. There's equipment to remove sulfur, a cooling tower to dispose of all the water used. Oh, and the flare stack.
You're reading this,
to eliminate
dude?
gas waste.
Oh.
You see that thing with flames shooting out the top? That's the stack.
It's burning the gas off?
Yeah. Burns it up completely, rendering it harmless. Kinda hypnotic if you stare at it a while, huh? Next door you have a power plant. It's pretty typical for this type of facility. And of course the gas tanks. Liquefied petroleum gas.
You'd be able to do something with the burning of that gas,
is pressurized
right?
and stored in those round tanks.
You could probably get energy
It's
out of that
also
or
artificial,
something.
but it's got a certain charm, you know? Like the ultimate in utilitarian beauty. A solitary distillation tower, all lit up and set against the setting sun. It's an amazing sight.
Kev, you still with me there?
What? You don't appreciate this kind of stuff?
I do.
Places like Germany and Japan, people get really into it. Factory sightseeing tours and everything.
Yeah. No, not so much.
Not at that level. I don't get into it at that level.
Right. FYI, we just confirmed with the client for your next mission.
Great. How about we finish this one first, though? I'd like to see my family again someday, you know? My son's going to forget he even has a father.
Good. I was waiting for this.
90-day contracting tour, buddy. We're all in the same boat. Man, feels like ages since I was back in Virginia.
90
I don't know
days?
about in the same boat. These guys are out to tear me limb from limb. Worst you are EMF desk jockeys have to worry about are paper cuts.
All right. Guess you don't want to hear what your old friends are up to then.
Who is it?
Desperado.
Where is it this time?
Mexico. Apparently they've got some kind of lab in Guadalajara. You're going in to investigate claims of human trafficking and illegal dumping.
And our client? Who's picking up the tab? If we're planning to play police all of a sudden, we're gonna need some kind of budget.
No worries there. It's a human rights group we've worked with a few times before. They were conducting their own trafficking investigation when Desperado came up.
Yeah, and then they
Understood.
can't. Yep, got it.
You can brief me when I get back.
Okay,
Roger
this
that.
is cool. Because this is going to be the next thing. Like, we're still on the, what? This is the third mission, technically?
Where the hell did Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still. Of all registered PMC troops, we're still talking, what, 3% have enhancements?
All right.
Maybe 5% tops.
Thank you for
Mostly
sharing with
career
me while I
military who got
fucking
hurt on the
refueled a little
battlefield
bit there.
one way or another. Getting their arms or legs back lets them keep earning a living. But most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts. Plus, the surgery is highly specialized. Expensive as hell. Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
But
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Nobody pulls right out of the freezer.
I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few. There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
That us?
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance. Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
Well, Desperado's up to something, because cyborgs are definitely not in the minority here.
Yeah, there's a
I've
lot
heard of some
of cyborgs.
PMCs covering the cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs get their career back, sure, but the PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on.
It's like that
Any
indentured
cyborg breaks his
servitude
contract
of,
early will probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think
Bolt
that's
City.
Desperado's MO?
I can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
Well, the slavery, because the way they do that is more than that.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah,
There's
I
so
forgot you're
much.
full-time too.
There's so much.
You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah. Never really considered the contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick soldiers are contractors, just like with any other
Interesting.
PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of U.S. companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees. Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Yep. Of course, just up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems.
Yeah.
Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Just curious.
Interesting.
You
Anymore?
still busy with all that other work, Kev?
Apparently.
You know me, man.
So much.
Kev of all trades.
So much conversation.
I got a
I love
lot
it.
on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh, and advisor work like this.
Never sleep, do you?
Things have been better since Courtney joined up, at least.
What does that mean?
You still busy with all that other...
You know, briefing lately...
Never...
You know, I have to hand it to you guys. Cyborgs are just amazing to me. So much power and speed.
It's not all gravy.
No? How so?
Well, things have improved a lot in the past few years. But back when I was modded for the
Here we
first
go.
time, keeping artificial blood free of impurities
Yep.
was a huge hassle. Artificial muscles need a constant flow of oxygen from a blood source, just like the real thing. But it was a challenge getting the kidney units as small as they needed to be. We all had to undergo routine dialysis.
Sounds rough.
Used to be even worse back when Dr. Clark was still experimenting. Bad nerve connections would screw with the test subject's pain receptors. It was torture.
Dr.
Compared to
Clark
that,
is...
I had it pretty easy.
It wasn't until recently that you could eat and
Ray
drink
Fox.
like normal people, right?
That's right.
Oh,
We
shit.
generally use glucose-based nutrient packs to keep the brain running. But we can absorb nutrients orally now, too. Whatever we eat's broken down by nanomachines. And we have
Nanomachines,
taste sensors as well. It's not exactly like it was before. The difference is, I can turn those sensors off if I don't need them. That's been surprisingly useful.
So cyborgs can live pretty much normal lives now?
Well, getting there. We still need fuel cells and nutrition packs, not to mention regular maintenance. It's a lot of dough. Of course, another big problem's how other people look at you.
How do you mean?
There was a time when I wore artificial skin. Tried to look as close to normal as possible.
Yeah.
I've still got some now, on my face. The tech at the time wasn't great. You still looked pretty unnatural. Maybe you could fool someone from far away, but up close, even a baby could tell I wasn't human. Going out shopping or whatever, you could feel all those eyes on you. I tried to find something to do other than fight. But looking like I did got me 2 strikes pretty much as soon as I walked through the door.
That sounds terrible.
Well, you appreciated it when people were honest about it, at least. But when they were too polite to just say so, that was rough. Things are getting better these days, though. Artificial skin's improved a lot. And you don't get so many stares now that the general public knows about cyborgs.
Maybe I should look into the cyborg thing, huh? I could eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Probably cheaper just getting lipo, Courtney.
Jerk.
Oh, that's a good one. Alright. Be right back. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, time flies when you're having fun. I'm having a blast. We've done only a little bit of combat. I just can't help but like get into this like this because
There's something
this is
I'd like your opinion on.
Hold on.
What's up?
It's how I replenish my electrolytes. I'm basically feeding off these cyborgs.
Oh, he's really thinking about this one.
Yeah, that. I don't really see any better options, to be honest. I doubt your old body would have stood up against the Desperado captains or Jetstream Sam. And if we fail here, it's not only bad for us, but for our clients and all of Sakumi.
Yeah, you're right.
Besides, it's like you say. No one's forcing them to be here. They chose to throw in with the terrorists.
Well,
yeah.
Look, I won't lie. I don't feel great about it. But in the scheme of things, yes, I think it's justified.
Thanks. I guess it's never black and white in this business, is it?
No. No, it's not. Do you and Kevin work a lot together, Raiden?
There's so much lore, I love it.
Not that big. Unless you're a short-term contractor, you tend to work with the same guys. Last job we were on together, I was hired by the Carabinieri to track down 3 Albanian mafiosos.
Really?
They'd fled Italy for Montenegro, and I had to bring them back. It wasn't easy. All 3 of them had cybernetic upgrades. Without Kev, I could have been in serious trouble.
He was with an NGO before Maverick, I think, handling disarmament work for the UN.
Yeah. He and Boris met while working together to resolve a conflict in Africa. They hit it off. So when Boris gave him a job opportunity, he took it.
I kind of wonder why. We're pretty much the opposite of a disarmament outfit.
3 things are needed after a conflict: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into society. That's the way it usually goes. I guess Kevin felt like the process was getting to be a joke. Even if the UN taps the group that caused the conflict for post-war cleanup, there's no way of ensuring their sincere cooperation. There's always a chance they'll underreport the number of soldiers they've got on hand.
That, or they only disarm the useless parts of their force. The ones with outdated weapons and gear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they can hide their standing force, the one with all the up-to-date weaponry, from the UN. Afghanistan saw a lot of that, since the wars were all waged by rival military cliques. Anyway, Kev saw that happening on a daily basis in Africa. Guess he just wanted a job where he had a firmer grasp on what was going on. And then along comes Boris. Kev had to think it over for a while, sure. But, well, here we all are.
PMCs are going to need more people like him. And me too, I guess. You know, civilian viewpoints.
Couldn't agree more.
What's up?
I don't think we have any more.
Did you need any?
No, just
one. Voice, yada yada yada. Doctor!
Are you fully versed in the features of your AR display? It can serve many functions, you know.
Yeah.
Do I hear un lecture coming on?
A lecture? No, of course not. I'm hardly an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers
that
as well.
Set that up that
of course,
way.
with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly to the optic nerve.
No lecture, huh? Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality than just upgraded HMD tech.
Of course there is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Oh, you weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them.
Oh, that's...
Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing that does not exist.
That's...
Beats lugging around a sat radio and giant scope, that's for sure.
To think about. Very weird to
There
think
is
about.
another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality and that experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear. Poof! And in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Ah, such things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar.
Yeah, don't
Both
say.
are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved.
Oh,
yes, of course, that would be the distinction and the correct term. In any case, the advance of MR technology leads to many
He just changed the fucking name on us. That's
what happens when appearances cease to have meaning.
Mixed
it is
reality.
no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than it'd solve to me.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit off.
Hey, Doc. What can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial muscles? I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs, but...
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon graphite formed like a tube. They range from 15 nanometers in diameter all the way down to under 1 nanometer. 1 nanometer, you recall, is 1/1 billionth of a meter.
Yep.
Quite small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape. These hexagonal structures are connected to each other along their edges.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely.
I was
Such
thinking
structures
beehive.
are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs were discovered by accident while scientists were researching other fullerenes. CNTs have assorted properties, each with the potential to drive vast leaps in industrial technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. They have great mechanical strength.
Think about that
and can
for a
be
moment.
shaped into
That
incredibly thin
design
form factors, all of which can directly contribute to
is
improving
supposed to be
integrated
that
circuits.
strong.
Furthermore,
That like
the
honey
atomic links in sp2
foam
carbon
hive
are the
design.
strongest of all types of atoms. Its tensile strength is greater than even diamond. All that, and its weight is only half that of aluminum. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical. CNTs make such dreams one step closer to reality. You can change
That's
their
wild.
structures by using the right power voltage, and they can withstand temperatures between -190 and +1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface
Okay.
area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts
Is that
to be stored
true?
inside. It's that
I gotta look a lot of this
particular
shit up. Like,
trait
this is
which
what I
has
do.
enabled the
I hear
development
this
of
shit,
fuel
and then I'll like
cell
play through the game off
artificial
stream,
muscles.
and as I'm playing it, I'll
Straight
pause it
outta
there and I'll look
sci-fi,
something
huh?
up.
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even. Scientists are currently expanding upon all of CNT's uses. But it has taken a fair amount of time since their discovery for practical implementations to pop up. Historically,
That's accurate. That's
mass
fucking
manufacture was
wild.
deemed too difficult. The costs astronomical.
Practical
to get a refill of
manufacturing
water,
methods
too.
were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, we are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age. You must continue along.
Yep, okay. So we did, exhausted all the dialogue finally.
Dolcev and his team must be in here. Find him.
I don't want to get hit by the camera. Valence camera? Could use a jammer. If I go through here, okay, we're good.
Need to run past the IR beams, Ryder.
Damn you! Hello? Thank you.
Dead on!
Stop. Got his right arm, not his left. Whoops. Oh yeah. Oh. That Ninja Run automatic, like, slide down shit is a bit interesting. Stop.
Dead on!
I got it! Wow, I actually wasn't expecting to get that. Oh, fuck off, man. Is it not gonna let me because of the alert? Yeah. Oh, go above 100% health. That's weird.
So who actually owns this plant?
On the books, a private abgas firm. In reality, the Russian state.
So all the money goes right back to Russia?
It does provide Abkhazia with fuel and electricity. But yes, it was clearly built for Russian interests.
How do you mean?
The Caspian Sea is a major source of gas and oil. But these days, most of it never passes through Russia. Not since the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline was built. With it, the oil flows straight to Europe.
But that pipeline runs straight through Georgia. Why did the Georgian government allow it?
Money, of course, and power. Having a major pipeline run through your land brings plenty of both. The South Ossetia War taught Georgia they could not always rely on the West for support. They began working more with their neighbors in the region to build their own power base.
Hey,
so
Greens,
Georgia
good day,
stands
Adam
to
Bomb.
gain from this
How are
coup?
you doing today?
It would seem this way. Any scenario that ends with the refinery no longer under Russian control is good for Georgia. Even if they do not retake Abkhazia outright, they benefit if new regime is more friendly to Georgia. Perhaps this is Dolzeyev's idea, to attract Abkhaz political leaders with a pro-Georgia agenda.
And that's why Georgia isn't taking action?
I very much doubt Georgian government
Appreciate
would be
that
involved in
compliment.
anything so obvious and so reckless. There must be someone else behind all this.
And Dolzayev's just playing along? Why would he?
Revenge, Tovarich. Anything to hurt Russia. Perhaps money as well. Who knows?
Yeah, the Russians can't be happy about all this.
Cool.
Let me guess. They
Mind you,
contacted you through
I'm
the
just
FSB, right?
Absorbing the
There were
lore,
conversations,
you know?
yes. But it was
And the way that I look
Abkhaz
at any
government
lore
that
for any
enlisted
video
us.
game
We only took
is
this mission
that
because
it's
we knew
true
it would
to the
help
world
the people
that
there.
it takes place
Besides, we cannot leave
regardless
Desperado
if it
unchecked.
references anything
Not
that
after
actually
what
happened.
happened.
I do a lot of
Right.
research after I
I
play
won't
through
let them
games like
profit
this.
from this mess. And we need to learn who's backing them.
Duh. And the first step to do this is take back that refinery.
And there's so much lore in these games. Oh yeah, no, like I basically after every area, I'm calling them. During every fight, I'm gonna try to call them. You know what I mean? Like
So who actually
not
owns
during
this
mook
plant?
fights, but during
On
boss
the books,
fights.
a
Maybe I
private
should call them
Abkhaz
during
firm.
fights with mooks.
In reality, the Russian state.
That's a
So
Metal
all
Gear
the money
game.
goes right back to Russia?
A first
It does
playthrough
provide
has so
Abkhazia
much.
with fuel and electricity. But yes, it was clearly built for Russia.
Oh, we already
How
heard
do you-
this.
Get-
We
not
just
but
heard
that-
this.
So
So we
any-
exhausted
and
the
that-
dialogue for this
and
then.
Perhaps.
Yeah, let me get...
We besides.
Right.
Duh.
Get used to that.
You still busy with all that other...
You know, rethink lately,
Heard
Devin.
this as well.
What's up? No? Did you need anything?
No, just
Heard this.
Check your destination on the Soliton radar.
Heard this. Okay, we can continue. Well, for my first playthrough of a Metal Gear game... Oh, shit. How do I get you? That's how I get you. Where... And... Boom. You. This. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Endurance +1. Let's go. I don't want to get spotted. Again. Oh. Really? 3 or 4 hits it takes. I'm kind of surprised by that, considering, you know, this is a sword that can cut a cyborg in half. It can't cut a camera in half with 1 slash. A little ridiculous. 3 hits. We're missing a couple of those hits. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Son of a bitch. But yeah, I try to collect as much as I can, and I try to go through as much lore as I possibly can. Whenever I'm surprised that works. Whenever I play through a game like this for the first time, right? There will come a point in time with a lot of games where I'm like, alright. Oh. I'm ready to continue moving on. I need to find all the data storage things. I know I'm gonna have to do a thing where I off-stream go through and just do a guide or whatever to get all the collectible stuff. But yeah, for a Metal Gear game, I'm not going to reach that point where I'm like, alright, I'm ready to continue on with the game, because of how biased I am towards it in the positive, right? Ooh. Go down. Ah, I'm glad we did. Got a new mission unlocked. So far, we're missing VR mission number 2, I think. We've got every other VR mission. There's 2 boxes that I'm gonna ignore. I'll get those on another playthrough. It's just points, I think. Ah, boss fight. Let's go. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. We gotta talk to them, the people. We fight her.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
Oh, you know our moniker.
No one calls me that anymore. Dosaev, where is he?
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here?
I am Mistral.
We know about the
cold wind of France. And your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know? I'm only half French.
Yeah, we found Brazilian and yep.
We had
okay.
our own civil war in the 90s. So you see, cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family, everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that.
Alright.
I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'd found my calling.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened. To be honest, I found it quite dull. My enemies felt like dominoes.
Of course you would be wearing
one
a Beauty and the
after
Beast
another.
suit.
Not
Of course you would.
Did I feel threatened?
So I guess
was
the Beauty and the
adrift,
Beast,
without
that like
challenge,
since that's
without purpose. At
there's a
times,
lot
I
of money
even
involved in
envied
that
my
then
prey.
because of what Doctor was
At
saying.
least they had a cause to die for.
He is fully synthetic.
And then I met him.
Him. Who's him?
Who?
And I knew what I had been missing.
Who's him?
His ideals gave my life meaning.
Are we are not.
Ideals, Jack.
We are not talking
What are
about
yours?
Big Boss, are we?
I protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
Yeah, there's the hands I was talking about. I've seen like a couple of
It seems we have less in
screenshots
common
because
than
it's
I
going
thought.
through Twitter.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
Oh? I don't think that's a necessary sound. Come on. What? Why? That wasn't even connected to you! Okay. That looks so much different from the fucking screenshot I saw. The screenshot I saw was fucking... Yeah. That looks better. Like that was the... Why did I do that? I pressed the wrong button. Ow, fuck. Ow. I'm fucking up. I fucking... Damn you. Ah, too early. I mean, too late. The music's so good. Oh shit, she picked up one of them and threw them at that. Rude.
Let's have a little fun.
What are we doing?
Can you handle this? Oh, keep trying, boy.
Ooh! Ah! I need to press the different button, I think. Oh shit! Ah, I fucked up. I disconnected it. Fuck! Some of these fights are rough. Damn, okay, not what I wanted to do. I keep forgetting how you block is not what I'm used to. Get off me! Get off me! Shit! Shit! Oh, this again? No? Okay, not what I thought. Ooh, okay, not what I expected. We are fucking up the oil facility, guys. Hello?
This ends now.
Holy shit. So good. Ah! No, 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 no! Oh, shit. Didn't want to do that. Hello? Hello? Ow.
Ready to slice off some more?
Yeah?
Don't you want to play?
Ah! None of that.
Something special just for you. Here we go. Keep flying.
Little kamikaze bastard. Oh, okay, so I don't think we can block that. Or I didn't do it right. Bitch! Fucking... Ah, you little fucking three-armed bastards. Oop. Oh. Oh. Well, that takes care of Mistral. I guess we killed out the cold wind. But Fran,
Mistral, report! Your vitals are dropping.
how do we have Dosayev's contact?
I lost. So this is how they felt.
What?
Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
Dosayev
I know.
might have been angry at Mistral, but it sounds like he actually had...
will never fall.
What is this talk about?
It's not you, dude. He ain't talking about you. You're not him.
Je t'aime. Mister, you never...
He is delusional. He was talking about someone totally different.
She's not talking to you, idiot.
Oh, that's how.
You killed her!
He did.
Vile nuts! Murderer!
That's rich
Yeah.
coming from you. It's over, Dosayev. Surrender. Translation?
Why would I surrender? We are exactly where I want.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah.
Built with Russian money to make Russia
Oh,
It is
no.
no plan for Abkhaz. It is their prison.
But now, they will be free!
Damn.
That's...
Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden, what happened?
Bastard
Bad.
blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Would that technically be a failure or a success? I mean, I think it's a failure. Like, that, whoops. That might have been the screenshot that I've seen. Oh, we got 61,000 points. Let's go. B and a C. Like, that feels like my fucking report card, man. Come on. B's across the board. C overall. Oh! We got the polearm unlocked. We didn't talk to anybody during the fight. Damn it. Might as well get the polearm. Equip it for a little bit, use it, see how we like it. No upgrades for this. Yeah. New skills. Oh. I think we go for getting all the sword skills sooner rather than later. We'll get enough points to get all the skills. And now we're in Mexico to do the other job that we talked about with the other individuals. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk to everybody during the boss fights. I am gonna play this game again though, 100%, on and off
You've got
screen.
some kind of disguise lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Sure you will. I need to go get a refill of water here in a minute.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP. Hopefully anyone who notices you will just mind their own business. You sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs.
Oh, we got the wolf.
Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled. So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
No! No!
Let's go.
I should not be laughing at that. Oh, why do I like jokes like that so much? That's a hell of a nice car, though. Gotta be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me, Raiden. That's your disguise? Who is that guy? A mariachi player? No?
Cyborg?
Cyborg? What's with the hat? So inconspicuous. Now all he needs to do is bring attention to himself to remain inconspicuous, right?
Adios, amigos.
Fucking. Oh. What a freak. Let's just forget we saw anything. Let's go. Oh, goodness. You know what's funny?
It's Raiden. I'm in the sewer system.
All right.
There's a part of me.
Let's get started. Your
Oh, we
mission is
can't
to
pause
investigate
while
the
we have this
Desperado-affiliated
open.
research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not
There's a reason I'm waiting to go forward.
Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers, so, you know, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
Okay.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sure thing.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Alright, so. I have a wolf now. Holy shit, let's go. So here's the thing. It is difficult for me to talk to, like, pull up the codec during fights until I get stuck on a boss fight. This is with any Metal Gear game that I've ever played. It's only after I play through the game. Honestly, I'm doing more codecs than I would normally do on a first playthrough. I'm so glad I am, because it's given us so much more information. Like we knew about Dosilov's motives, we knew about Mistral, we knew about the next mission coming up, and all that required us to do is go through the dialogue tree, or whatever.
Thanks to the
Dialogue
full
tree,
efforts
not
of the
dialogue
workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Okay.
Only the power plant is back online, though.
Yeah.
The refinery itself will likely be out
Yeah.
of service for
Oh,
months.
shit.
Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper.
Yeah.
And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were unprepared.
Once again.
Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz citizens were seriously affected.
Okay,
The
that's
plant
fine,
workers had already been evacuated, and most were hired back on to rebuild the refinery. We received payment and are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news.
So we technically
Desperado
succeeded.
is down one of its top captains.
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
Because of Mistral. But
We
then
can
again,
hope,
if they make
but it
Mistral a
is doubtful.
UG,
We
I'm
still
worried
do not
they're going to
know
do that.
who is supporting them. Even if we shut Desperado down entirely, their backers could simply
we
hire some other
Talk to the
PMs.
doctor.
Whoever it is, you really think they're interested in the pipeline? Who'd benefit besides the Georgians?
Hard to say. Whatever the plan was, it went up in flames with Dulceyev's suicide. The problem is that there are countless companies and governments profiting off the BTC pipeline. Whoever is behind it, they may be too big for a simple security firm like us to do anything.
Yeah, one thing we do know, though, is that Sundowner's more than just a pawn in all of this. We need to watch him. Trafficking or not, we need to stop their operation here.
Find the evidence, and perhaps we can do that. And Tovarich, be careful.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Duh. Several active human rights groups engage in non-violent interventions like this one. Typically, they hire firms like ours to provide security and backup. Most serious human rights abuses take place in unstable regions, after all. Legitimate human rights groups, not fakes set up by oil firm or such things, they cannot handle it.
Yeah. It's different for private groups working in hostile regions. Especially when some of that hostility comes from the local authorities.
Indeed. NGOs and security firms play a greater role in peacekeeping, too.
When we're done with this, I
You
gotta
know,
step away. Get some
DDR business,
water.
disarmament, demobilization,
that's
reintegration. Like the UN runs it. Usually, carrying weapons is not permitted for the group involved, for obvious reasons.
So outfits like ours run guard duty. If the locals don't like armed peacekeepers, then they pretend to be unarmed observers instead.
Duh. It's beneficial for the client if the locals are aware of the firepower backing them, though. I've drank tea with the sort of people my company would normally be pushing back with the butts of our rifles. It's very different from usual. More direct sort of security work, especially at beginning. But I got used to it. Less danger of unexpected conflict, and the pay is pretty good. We've built a good reputation for this kind of work. This is why NGO hired us for this job.
And there's a lot of, like, lore behind the company. I just love finding out lore about stuff. It's with stuff like this, I find it really easy to do that. Plus, it's easy wanting to find out more lore about a world that I really enjoy, right? You know? I wonder what else we're gonna find out in the future. That, and, I'm curious about what Wolf has to say about a couple things. Got me a refill of water and a blackberry white claw. Let's go. Oh.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers.
Okay,
power
so we
was
just heard that.
only fuel input, and then are thankful the plant we
Good day. Let's
we can even
whoever
the problem whoever
yeah, we need
fine and to
Try and do it with one hand, but it's
This
not.
trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzaev. Probably not Sundowner either.
No. The way she put it, it didn't sound like anyone I've encountered so far. Maybe someone involved in backing Desperado.
If so, sounds like they're providing more than just financing. Maybe they share the same philosophy.
That'd be bad. People willing to die for their leaders aren't so easy to
Well,
predict.
here's the thing.
Yeah, but
If they share the
other
same
than the
philosophy,
wins, Desperado's cyborgs are all just hired contractors. They're probably emotion suppressed with nanos or drugs or whatever, but that's about it.
then they share the philosophy
You're
is
probably right.
Like, wait, Sundowner, war, right? Sundowner, Mistral, they all are like honest warmonger, right? So whoever's backing them is a warmonger.
You know, I've never really developed a taste for climbing through sewers.
Again, I have
and Guadalajara's
a
aren't
lot of
exactly
thoughts
wow
about who
me
that
either.
person
This
is.
place isn't gonna go up in flames, right? I think I saw
pretty
something
sure I already
about that
know
in
it.
the briefing.
But I'm curious
You're
to see
talking
how
about
it builds up.
1992? What a mess. Over 200 people killed. That was almost a half century ago, though. You smell anything off? Before the explosions, residents complained they smelled gas from the sewers.
I'm in a sewer, Kev. You think I've got my smell receptors on? Local air analysis doesn't show anything potentially poisonous or explosive, though.
Well, you ought to be fine then. Besides, little gas explosion's probably not gonna kill someone like you.
Well, that's very encouraging.
It is.
Seriously, though, Guadalajara is not a bad place. At least from what I've seen.
Oh, it's not. Second largest city in Mexico, after all. I've actually spent a lot of time down there. It's got a lot of charm. The architecture is a fusion of Latin and old colonial Spanish culture. The city's historic district is home to a massive cathedral overlooking the whole town. It's always bustling. It's a lot of fun just kicking back and watching the locals. Walking around the Libertad, taking in the sun with a cerveza in one hand, mariachi band nearby. No better way to spend a weekend, let me tell you.
If this PMC thing doesn't
Not
work
exactly
out,
the same,
you'd make
but
one hell of a tour guide. Meanwhile, I'm down in this dark, filthy, humid, cramped sewer.
Also, if you ask me, the girls over there are the hottest in all of Mexico. You wouldn't believe some of the chicas I've chatted up. On the street, in the shopping malls, at the bars.
Sounds like better company than a robo-wolf and a bunch of plague-ridden mice.
Plague-ridden
Well,
mice.
hang in there. I'll buy you a shot of tequila after we wrap this up. The city of tequila's not far, actually. That's where it originated.
I'll take you up on that. Now let's get this
Okay.
over with.
Interesting.
Hey, Kev, let me ask you something.
What's up? We've been over pretty much all the...
No. Those girls in Guadalajara, you never told me what happened.
Come on.
Jeez, man, we're in the middle of a mission here.
Courtney might interject.
So they used you for free drinks and then took off, I take it, huh?
You're like, guys, mission.
They weren't really my type.
Ah,
I'm more
okay.
of an intellectual, you know? I don't go for just
Sure.
any random girl at a bar. Looks are one thing, but I need someone I can talk to. Someone fun but clever with a good sense of humor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Look, Kev,
So
you're in
you
your
say
30s
when
now.
you're
It's time to
vacationing
stop
in
holding
Mexico.
out for Lil Miss Perfect. You just need to find someone nice. You know, settle down, start a family.
No.
Okay, Mom. Okay.
Laugh all you want, Kev, but having kids will change your life. I can't see him all the time with work and all. But whenever I'm back home, he's always so excited to see me. When I see that, I feel like,
I'm
know,
so glad we're listening to
I
these.
want to do whatever I can to keep him happy.
Sure, I hear you. But look, man, I was just having some fun in Mexico.
Oh, no, that's what he's saying.
Wasn't
Okay, I
seriously
get it.
searching for a wife
I get
or
what
anything.
they're saying.
I
They're saying they
know,
were
but
one-night
separate from
stands.
that,
Well, that's
I just
what
think you've gotten
vacation.
too damn
Yeah.
picky. I can understand trying to find the ideal woman when you're young, but you know what? It's those little imperfections, those idiosyncrasies that keep things interesting in the long run. You come to appreciate that kind of stuff in a lifetime relationship.
Idiosyncrasies, huh? Like if she snores or she talks loud during movies?
Well, not if she talks during movies. A man's gotta have some standards.
Fucking.
This trial mentioned someone from her penny ID. No, maybe.
Holy
that-
shit.
Woo. I can't believe Dolzaev blew himself up.
Pretty common terror tactic. You don't usually see the leaders doing it, though. It's one thing to get your flock pumped up on the glory of dying for the cause,
Does that
but it's not
necessarily mean
often they
he's the
actually
leader?
go through with it themselves.
You gotta have a public face,
You know
after
what I mean?
all. The guy who gets to
seems
claim
like-
responsibility on the evening news.
It doesn't seem like he was
In
the
a
leader
weird
in this
way,
situation.
Dolzaev showed some serious dedication. Not that I'm about to praise him for it.
Yeah.
No,
still
but
a
we know his
terrorist,
motives of why he
a
did what he
suicide
did.
bomber in the end.
Yeah, suicide
If that's
bomber,
what you
sir.
want to call him. Still, he kind of failed at it.
How so?
Well, all that explosion did was put a dent in Abkhazia's budget. More Russia's, really. They're the ones rebuilding the refinery.
And
The
Russia
coup didn't work out.
is mad.
He couldn't overthrow the government. He was barely a blip on Russia's radar.
So, you're saying the bombing didn't accomplish any
No,
of his
it
goals?
did, 'cause it's
He did
costing
it
money.
just because he was cornered?
No.
Sounds more like just plain suicide.
Yeah. Probably wanted to end things with his own hands. Like a samurai committing harakiri.
Still not
fucking
something to
such
be commended for,
Damn
though.
weeb.
Yeah. Lumping him in with true warriors like the samurai just gives them a bad name.
I don't know.
I hope she didn't get to you. Wanting to protect the weak that's worth striving for.
Don't worry. I've heard more than a few supervillain spiels in my time. Maybe we had some things in common in our past, but not anymore. I bring my beliefs into every battle I fight. You want to call me foolish? Well, that's not going to change me.
And I
I'm
mean,
glad to hear that, Raiden.
the winners write the history book,
thanks.
so
Riding out.
history ain't gonna be saying how she's right, because she's fucking dead.
Say, Raiden, where'd you get that hat you were wearing?
The sombrero? Well, picked it up at a souvenir store here. I guess I just kind of like the design. Also, when you're on a scout mission, it's vital that you use the local attire to blend into the background.
Yeah. I think it looked pretty good on you. You looked like some kind of mariachi singer.
Oh, you think so?
Yep. Only, that's kind of a problem,
Yeah.
too.
How so?
Well, I mean, that sombrero really is meant to be part of a mariachi costume. Mexicans don't wear hats like that normally.
Come on. The guy at the shop told me I'd look just like a local.
You got
A local
scammed.
tourist, maybe. Look, you might see a lot of Mexican men wearing sombreros during their daily routines, but,
Yeah.
nothing like that. They'd go for something a lot more simple and compact. Something not all that different from cowboy hats in the Old West.
Are you sure?
100%.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I have heard one theory about the modern cowboy hat. They say it's based on the sombreros the original Western settlers brought from Mexico. Of course, cowboy hats come in all shapes and sizes, so you can't really say a specific one's the cowboy hat.
Huh. Well, now I know why the locals were so eager to get a look at me.
That wasn't the hat.
No, it was not the hat. We talked to go
This
through all of
trial
Kevin.
mentioned someone from
Yeah,
any
we did.
No,
No,
Had to make
if-
sure.
That'd be...
Yeah, but you're probably...
Goldfish memory and all that.
By the way, Raiden, have you ever eaten nopalitos? They're typically called nopales.
What are they?
Huh. Oh, like that street vendor was selling. Nope. No pales.
Well, that's too bad. You really ought to try some while you're in the area.
Yeah, but it's from a cactus, right? Doesn't it taste all thin and watery?
Not at all. It's kind of like the flesh of aloe vera leaves, or the seaweed used in Japanese cooking.
Okay.
It's got this really soft but crunchy texture, and it's really versatile. You can eat nopales as is in a salad, saute them,
I'm gonna have to get
stir-fry
something to
them
eat
with
soon.
steak,
They
put
keep
them in
talking about
tacos.
food, and it's
You
fucking
can
making
even
me
toss them in a
hungry as
blender
fuck.
to make some juice.
I had no idea.
Tell me about it. I got hooked after Boris took me to this one Mexican restaurant. After that, I just had to learn more about them. Ooh, for example, they're really low in calories. They also have lots of soluble and insoluble fiber, which not only promotes digestion, but is great for maintaining healthy cholesterol and blood pressure levels.
Huh.
It's even thought to help prevent intestinal cancer. It's packed with healthy
Again,
stuff
shit
too,
I'm gonna
like
have to look
vitamins
into
B
and see
C,
if it's...
potassium, and iron.
I would doubt that it's not
okay,
true.
I get it.
It's basically
good
just
for
like,
you.
hey,
So how does it taste?
random fucking facts
Huh?
about random shit.
I
How does
just
it
told you.
taste?
Never mind. Probably can't
No, that was a
capture any
reference.
food down here anyway.
Yeah! Oh
Not that
my
I
god,
need
you
to.
assholes!
My muscles
Better give us
run on
all 3
fuel
references.
cells, and I've got enough blood sugar to keep my brain running for another week.
Well, you can still eat though,
Love it.
right?
Yep.
So, how about we all go
How does
out
it
for
taste?
Mexico
I
once
just
you're
told
done?
you. No, you don't
Food's
get it
a
though.
lot
Well,
more
I
than
get
just
it.
an
I
energy
appreciate
supply,
it.
you
Thank
know?
you, developers
It's
of
meant
this
to be
game.
enjoyed.
With that, I agree.
Probably can't catch any down here either. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Riding.
Because
Can I
when
ask
we
you
would save
something?
it in Metal Gear Solid
Sure.
3, we would
What is
always,
it?
like, we could
Just
talk to
wondering.
paramedic as well
Why'd you join Maverick in
without
the first
saving
place?
it to find out about food and stuff like that. And Snake would always be
Well,
like, well, how
Boris
does it
and I
taste?
go way back. Our first time working together was rescuing Sonny.
Fuck
That's Colonel
yeah!
Grlukovich's granddaughter. He and Boris were good friends back in the USSR.
Right. The Patriots
Wait.
were holding her?
Yeah. I was mainly working with the
Really?
PLA.
That's
Boris
wild.
was a huge help.
That's...
His Russian military
Wild.
connections paid off big time. All his covert op experience, too. He wasn't working pro bono, of course, but he went above and beyond the call. The Patriots were a threat to everyone, not just America. He got
Yeah,
that.
but he also had
And
a
when
bit of a
Paradise
motive
lost
behind
his
that,
band,
too.
He formed a new outfit.
Because-
Got them all work.
Most of them, anyway.
That was our first
including
mention
me.
of,
Did you ever consider
outside of
another
Solid
line of
Snake.
work?
That makes sense, though.
Something non-military,
Like the
I
first
mean?
official, like,
I'm a
name
cyborg,
drop
Courtney. What am I
outside
gonna
of
do?
Snake.
Drive an ice cream truck? I can pass as normal from a distance, but up close, anyone can tell it's artificial skin. Good jobs aren't easy to come by these days, even for non-cyborgs.
Now,
And I've got a family
if
to
you
feed.
got yourself a VTuber
Besides,
model,
I've been fighting my
you
whole
might do
life.
well on Twitch.
It's just who I am.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
That sucks, though.
It's fine, Courtney. No worries.
So, like, fighting is the only thing you can do.
So, Courtney, you've heard my story. What about you? How'd
We
you
haven't
end
heard
up at
this yet,
Maverick?
have we?
Me? Well, it's funny. I
Business
was a
major?
business major, actually. Thought I'd go for an MBA. When I was in school, there was a lot of talk about the widening gap between rich and poor. I figured I'd join the 1% and never have to worry about money again. Pretty noble, huh? Anyway, around then you started hearing all about this war economy stuff on the news. I was, I don't know, disgusted, I guess. Disillusioned, for sure.
A lot of people heard
And
it.
that changed
I
your
bet,
mind?
and went, oh, I can
It
make some
wasn't
money
just
out of
the
this
war
shit.
stuff that bothered me. It's everything it represented. How so
Putting
much
a
of what the
value
first world
on-
enjoys comes at the expense of third world people. The more I
Most
researched, the
ridiculous of
more I
things.
realized how bad things are. Underreported, too. After that, money wasn't such a priority anymore. I know how trite that sounds, but it's true. I wasn't naive, though. I knew living in some hippie commune or going Amish wouldn't change anything. So I started looking for a career where I felt I might actually have an impact.
You didn't worry about working at a PMC? Becoming part of the problem?
Well, I wasn't going to sign up with just anybody. But not all PMCs are bad, you know? Some of them, sure. They'll do anything for a buck,
Look at
no
Desperado.
questions asked. That's why someone has to stand up to them. Protect the innocent from those guys.
That's us in a nutshell. So you did your homework and found Maverick.
Honestly, it was more dumb luck than
A
anything
lot of
else.
it's dumb luck.
I had a friend who knew I was interested in this kind of work who was also friends with Kevin.
Ah, friend of a
They
friend.
introduced us, we set up a meeting, and here I am.
So we're getting more of
That's
the lore
right.
after this.
I
after
always
the
forget
way
you
here.
and Kev went to the same school.
Make myself a sandwich. 'Cause I'm fucking...
Definitely not your typical
I'll
path
play a
to
couple minutes
joining
of
a
ads, too.
PMC, that's for sure.
I really am here to fix the world. I know it's a cliche, but there it is.
Well, I for one am glad to hear it.
I'm having a good game. There's so much, like, we heard earlier that it was Kevin who did the, like, hey, interview type thing. So that's just reconfirming what we already knew. We are 6 hours in. Well, it's more like, yeah, we're about 6 hours into this, and we've gotten to what? What are we on? What mission are we on? Oh, whatever. I'm playing those ads now. I might not continue playing this because drinking and the drinking's making me tired. I'll eat and see how I feel, and we'll go from there. Be back momentarily. Ugh. See, this is why I said I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to go the entire time or what. I do want to try and play this game. At the same time, I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to some more of this lore. Make some progress. And if my headache doesn't go away while I eat the sandwich, I'll probably wrap up and we'll continue this tomorrow. Might drink a little bit tomorrow too. Did we finish with Courtney?
So how's it been since you joined Maverick, Courtney? About what you expected?
My sandwich
Not even
is
close.
ham,
I had no
salami,
idea what I was signing up for.
pepper jack cheese.
You deal in a lot of expensive weapons and equipment that can save people's lives. But at the same time, you can't just ignore the bottom line. You catch yourself measuring lives in dollars and cents.
Yeah. The business side can get pretty messy.
Messy is right. But I won't just ignore it. I can't make informed decisions without confronting the ugly realities.
Not an easy burden to bear, Courtney.
Well, if it ever gets to be too much, I'll reconsider. But for now, I'm fine. I can handle it.
You'll become more desensitized as, you know, continue working it.
What's up? No? Did you need any?
No, just one.
Remember now, Raiden. Left hands. Recover as many as you can.
I got it, Doc. I got it. I'll bring back all the flash memory you can handle.
Holographic memory. It's very different from standard semiconductor memory, you know.
Yeah. But it's still solid-state storage, right?
Well, yes, but they are perhaps more different than they are similar. Holographic memory utilizes the same optical interference that holograms rely upon.
I mean,
right.
Holographic, yeah.
That image is used to appear 3D.
Traditional media reads and writes bits on a two-dimensional surface in linear fashion. Holographic memory, however, does this in 3 dimensions, using light at different angles.
And that gives you what?
Speed. It can read over a gigabit of data in a second.
Damn.
And
That's
capacity.
impressive.
A 2-inch square cube of lithium niobate crystal can store 4 terabytes of data. It is also highly resilient against data loss caused by damage to any part of its media. This is because the bit information is not localized, but used as an optical
How they do the
diffractor
information
across
the
the
way that they
medium.
do.
For battle data, there is no better type of storage.
Beats having a hard drive clacking away inside your arm anyway.
Indeed. Spinning media. Hard to imagine we ever put up with such nonsense.
So, Doc, what kind of data can you extract from those left hands anyway?
Oh, all manner of information. But the short list? Energy consumption, damage level, intracranial and blood pressure, blood sugar, other vitals, GPS history, speed and acceleration
That's a little bit
data,
better.
radio and optical readings, recorded computations from the internal expert battle support system.
Doc.
Time-stamped readings of distortion and acceleration gauges whenever the body was impacted. Stress is applied to the CNT muscle fibers in all 4 limbs, as well as any localized breakdowns.
All right, Doc.
Oh,
Power
God.
consumption rates, remaining battery charge, type and amount of weaponry used, codec logs and wavelengths, voice transcripts, encryption methods.
Okay, Doc, okay. Sorry I asked.
As a field of technology, cyborg warfare is still in its infancy, you know. It is my duty as an engineer to collect and analyze as much data as possible for every conceivable situation. The resulting database will help drive future technology, both modifications and advances.
Makes sense. But why the left hand? Why store it all there?
Accessibility. A unit can remove it with its own right hand, or it can be recovered if the unit is damaged. I would advise you not to remove your own holographic storage, however, unless absolutely necessary.
What
to
if you're
facilitate recording of everything you see, hear,
left-handed?
and so on, it is tied directly to your cranial nerves. So, each time the storage is connected or disconnected, your hippocampus is stimulated. This can result in memory loss, flashbacks, and all manner of unpleasant effects.
Yeah, I have some experience with that. It's a little more than unpleasant.
I was about to say, he's probably had that happen to him a couple of times.
Perhaps we could chit-chat later.
Alright, we almost caught up with chat.
Wolf? You're a one-of-a-kind prototype, right?
Correct. I was originally conceived as a weapon to replace humans and cyborgs. Conversation and intelligent decision-making were deemed essential to the role. The project was eventually cancelled after 3 years in development.
Why?
I have intelligence, but I lack a specific quality essential to any combatant.
What's that?
Brutality. I am not human, thus I lack the brutality inherent to humanity.
Oh, you're
I was
efficient.
shut down,
I
then
get it.
revived, apparently on Sundowner's orders.
Sundowner? But what's he want with you?
Unknown. A manifestation of his sense of humor, perhaps. As a machine, I am more sensitive to my fellow man than an actual fellow man. This amused him.
Oh, I
Guy
get it.
has an odd sense of humor.
I get it.
So, you were under Mistral's command all this time?
I originally took orders from Sundowner, but not for long. As a novelty, I did not last. Mistral saw more potential in me.
What'd she see?
Unknown. However, she apparently enjoys the company of dogs. She demanded 100% obedience. As long as it was given, she treated me well.
She was looking for companionship?
That I cannot say. I still have relatively little communication experience with humans. My ability to read emotions not explicitly expressed by speech is lacking.
Eat.
Wolf? You're a what?
Correct.
Why?
What's brute? I am.
Alright, so not as much I was hoping for, but that's okay. Like I said, there's a part of me that I think is like, there's a part of me that was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go,
Right.
12 hours.
Unidentified
This
UGs are
game.
patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Have you ever worked with this client?
Typically, most.
Yeah.
The drinking has hampered that a bit.
It's very, we've built.
I think I'm gonna get a little bit far, see what these unidentified UGs are, unmanned gears, and then we're going to wrap up. Just get a little bit of a taste of what's to come for tomorrow. We will be getting back into Fallout 2 Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this coming. Oh shit.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Oh. It's our sword we're using to block with. Oh fuck, I didn't know what you were doing. Damn, didn't block it in time. Alright. They're not nearly as... They're new, so we gotta learn their attack cycle. I'm gonna play this game a lot off stream. Not tonight, obviously, but yeah, we are...
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
I'm gonna restart from last checkpoint just to see where our checkpoint is. Okay. So, when we continue, we'll continue from here, and the first thing we're probably gonna do when we start is talk on the codec. I should have called on the codec earlier. We could get that all done now. But I think I'm gonna wrap up. One of the longest parts I've had for you, YouTube, for the longest of time. As well as those who've been watching on Twitch. Appreciate y'all coming by, appreciate the birthday well wishes. As well as the bit drops and all that. I did intend to go a little bit longer tonight, but I'm just, like... I'm gonna turn this light off and chill a bit. I'm gonna finish the White Claw. My headache is going away, but it's probably not gonna stay away. That and tired. I had a blast and a half, but I look forward to continuing this tomorrow. Alright, so to wrap up here. Let's go to title. If you're new here and you haven't already, be sure to become a citizen today. Subscribe to this channel as well as my main, those that are watching on YouTube. Links will be down in the description below through all my links. This is loud because it hasn't loaded the audio in. That's another. That's like such a common glitch about not loading the audio in on a menu screen. That's so weird. Anyways. Links will be down in the description below through all my links for those watching on YouTube. Exclamation point links for those watching on Twitch, be it live or VOD while it's still up there. Invite link to the community Discord where you can have most accurate notifications of whenever. Your timing's on Keith. Well, greetings, a good day. How are you doing today? I did intend to go longer today, but I've been drinking and I'm tired and a bit of a headache. It's like going away, coming back, going away, coming back, so I'm wrapping up right now. I'm going to continue Metal Gear Rise and Revengeance tomorrow, though. I'm not a day over 30. I'm a day over, well, I'm not a day over 29 yet. When I'm a day over 29, I'll let you know. Anyways, appreciate you stopping by at the very least on Keith. I do apologize again for Martin, but yeah, I'm just gonna wrap up here. End the stream as well. See you all next time. Peace. Take care and have a good one. Yeah. Catch you around, Zon Keith. Once again, thank you for stopping by. Later.